Hello, happy Saturday. Hope you had a good day, good week, good everything. And we're gonna play Dark Urge again with my brother, who's here.
Hello. I'm here.
And after a long time, we are again in this potential fight where I lost last time. So either redo or apparently give the gold. I don't want to pay her though. It's annoying, but also we kind of lost very badly last time, so yeah, it's probably for the
Your
best.
offer is of no interest.
Oh no, never
This will be
mind.
settled with blood.
I guess I tried that last time.
Okay.
She was not impressed. Yeah, we've got a problem. Hey guys, if at first you get your ass destroyed, try again. Try again?
Wait. I have an idea. Nope, she's not in the nearer vicinity. Okay.
Didn't I get the weird eye from what's his face?
Nothing will stand in my way.
Apparently not.
See invisibility.
Yeah, the scrying eye has see invisibility, but not we.
No, me. I have that. Conditions. See invisibility.
Oh. Yeah,
Yeah.
then you've got to move.
I'm fairly sure she went up here. No, Mythis lost. Okay, she has to be here somewhere. Cause she just lost the blessing of Sylvanas. And so did you. So she should be close by to you, close by you.
Maybe. I walk around a bit. Maybe it will with your main character. With
Yeah,
Belle.
the main character is stuck now.
Survival is all that matters.
Wait, she's stuck now. Ah.
There. Received condition blessing. You got the... So she is on your height-ish thing.
All right, Carla.
Yeah.
It's go time.
Alright.
The problem is where?
Good question. Walk around a bit downstairs then.
Where
See,
I can't...
invisibility has a short range.
The dance of death. Well, I can't anymore. I'm out of movement.
Oh, okay, that's bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Then just skip, I guess. And kill the
I've
kill
got a
the
dash.
scrying eye if possible.
I've got a dash, but you're both in the way.
We both? There's just a bear.
You and Karlak.
Come on, can't stay idle.
You don't need to move that far, you just need to... Yeah, that's all. Okay, but that didn't help. Okay. Good.
Let's cook
with
with
Problem. Problem. We can't reach the string. I.
Holding back. Finding my way.
Gonna get in trouble.
I mean, they are only temporarily hostile, so...
So? Where's what's her face though? She also. So if we run away, we should be fine.
Probably.
Cool. Away! Where do we run though? There's literally nowhere to run except down to the
there's one.
Where the
I mean, where the
whatchamacallit?
mimics were.
Mimics.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Then let's run that way.
Time to push my luck again.
Do we have Misty Step? Nobody has Misty Step.
Now this is my happy place.
No holding back.
Another fight. Let's go.
I guess I could potentially... Nah, I'm gonna wait with the bear.
My turn. Under their noses.
Dana. If I attack her, she's not gonna be temporarily, but constantly angry at me, right?
No, that doesn't change anything. You could knock her out, and she would still be temporarily, only
Okay.
temporarily hostile. That, on the other hand,
Is a problem.
a problem.
Hey David, hey Carlos, how are you guys doing?
Okay.
Your
let's
mouth
get-
is hurting. Oh no, that's not good.
Making my move.
Away, away! Okay.
Where do I go from here?
I mean, down here, fleet combat is possible. So just get down here.
Let's get down to business.
Swift as
Though
my
maybe
feet
you
can
should
carry me.
dismiss the bear.
Yeah, I'm gonna dismiss the bear. It's okay. You need to enter.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, I could flee already. So
Yeah, abandon me, thank you. Oh
mean,
god, Karlak! How about I jump at them? Oops, the bear's prone. Oh shit!
Close ranks.
what happened?
The whole camp is now looking for us. Me, whatever.
Yeah, then get down there and
Away! Run away! Do you want to flee from combat? Okay, we've got Karlak. Wrath. Don't kill me! Eh! Oh no, they're following. They're following.
Fleet of foot.
Okay, my character is left. Okay. Almost there. There. Yay! Safe. Oh,
now
God.
we need to rest.
Yeah,
Hello, beautiful.
I just need to
Perhaps if you lost
switch him
a
out.
follower, well, and
These boots have seen everything.
Okay. Goody. I put my mouth. Oh yeah. You did. Right. That was the thing. That's from Mulan. Yes, that is also from Mulan. Yes. Oh, I forgot. Where's the bear?
You dismissed him.
I
Can
did
you?
not. Maybe they killed him. Poor bear.
Could be.
You restarted to do the programming. Which programming? Alright, then I guess sleepy time for the characters. Dude. I cannot recommend running against things with your eye. It feels a bit weird. Okay. Nobody wants to talk, right? Yeah, no. Big boring. A full rest. Woo! Just programming silly stuff out of boredom. Like what? What counts as silly? A button that does nothing.
Just what I need.
Well, the pointless button, yeah.
Yep. Okay. I'm back. Hopefully. They won't hate us. Did you run into a door with your eye? No, not a door. The green screen edge. Yep. Yeah, cool. I cooled my eye, a bit. But also, apparently it's not bruised or anything. At least it looks like it. I hope it stays that way. I just wanted to steal the potion here, right? And then suddenly she just snuck up on me and said, "You stole from us! How dare you!"
Maybe you should be a bit more sneaky or wait
No, no, no.
for a later date when we killed them all.
But it's a healing potion. I need healing potions right now, not in half a day. Shall we talk to them? I want to talk to them.
Yeah.
I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move, and you better hope that's the worst.
You should sue the green screen company manufacturer. It's not their Elgato's fault that I pulled it out on
See
ice
how the little
height
pricks do when we
and ran
strap
into it.
fire to their legs.
Can't wait to pay these bastards back.
Lick
Lick
for
for
lick.
lick. Just say the word.
Move, Hoon! I don't have time for Drugnan outsiders.
Bare feet, I see. I nabbed these boots from a runaway gnome. Yours, perhaps? How is the dig going? You better make time for a true soul. I don't want her to have the boots. They're mine now. How's the dig
Poorly,
going?
obviously. Tunnel collapsed on a true soul.
Yay.
Absolute's going to eat my liver. Now move.
Liver.
I've got no time for...
A river of liver and an ocean of
It's
fish.
a mere tickle. You hear no thoughts or memories. Just an echo of scars that never healed.
A true soul, eh? Useless wreck of a lookout could have told me. Glad you're here to take responsibility.
I did
Tunnels
not.
collapsed. Trapped true soul near. He's stuck in there with poisoned geezers. We don't get him out soon. It's
Geezers?
both our heads.
Are they not called gaziers?
What?
I thought they're called gaziers, not geezers. Gazier? Geisier? Geisier? How do you pronounce it in German?
Geisha?
Gazer. Gazier. Gazier. But she said geezer. It's weird. It looks a bit darker, but it could also be the eyeshadow. Hopefully that's the right thinky name. Yeah, it's eyeshadow. It's not. I don't think it's darker. Hopefully. Kill them all! Do we have a Dark Urge response? How did Nia get trapped? Clearing that rubble will be no easy feat. Any ideas? I'll take care of it. I've got some explosive powder. That should do the trick. Sounds like you have a tough job ahead of you. Better hurry. Let's be an ass.
You gonna just leave him in there to choke?
Yes.
Shit. On the double, you pricks! Before I carve my name into your arses.
Okay.
Pricks got some nerve. Clean up this mess. You die.
Greymon.
And that goes
Who
for
else
us.
shall we talk to? Maybe this dude with the head,
Individual
with
doesn't
the
seem
face thing.
particularly fond of you. Perhaps a gift would improve their sentiment.
With the head
A
face
gift? Yeah, the mask. The head face thing. Oh, yeah. How about something to smooth things over?
Your offer appears to be of interest. Let's make it a good one.
Can we get him drunk? I never, ever gave somebody a gift.
Yeah,
this
because
game.
nobody was temporarily hostile with you before, apparently. Hi! Everything hurts!
Everybody hurts. Can I give him a poison? He's probably not gonna drink it though. Can I poison? Can I poison a wine?
I don't think so.
That would be great if I could just combine items. I mean, that should be possible, right? You take a bottle of wine and a bottle of poison and you put one in the other and then it's done. Right?
Probably, yes.
See? We're missing a very good opportunity to kill people.
I mean, Larian is still improving the game, so maybe possible later. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe.
Send him an email.
A request.
Please make it possible to combine items.
I mean, that is possible. Though
Yeah,
not
but
at
only
random.
those that are meant to be combined, not, you know, potions. Though, I mean, it would only be poison with stuff, you know, and then it would add a poisoning effect on it, I guess. I don't have any wine. Do you have any wine with you?
I don't think so.
Let me see. Oh, dude, here. Wine, board, wine, itch bunk. Don't know what that is. It's also wine. There you go. This trader will be pleased with this offer. Oh, he's annoyed. What? He did not get happier with that.
Yes, true soul.
Oh, I didn't want to talk to you.
I
It doesn't
accidentally spoke with those behind
Okay.
here.
I noticed that. Oh, yeah, okay.
True soul, no less. What do you think, Kerr? Should we take Nia's debt off him?
Burn them. We could toss them into the lava, but then we can't get their loot. Their loot.
I say that I'm right now speaking to.
Yeah, I'm listening. Why would you think I'm a true soul? You want my gold? Then you'll have to fight me for it. Wait, who said something about gold? Don't be absurd. I hate these true soul cultists. That's not a good idea. I want Nier out, and it sounds like you have a lead. Oh, should we take Nier's debt off him? Okay, I get it now. Okay. I'd say number 2. Threatening Nier?
I'd say 3.
Wait, but no, because then we've got the problem with the other guys.
Yeah, but they won't hear that.
Okay, wait, who are they? They're just mercenaries. Or what?
They're just Duergar that stand. They are those who talked to us when we came off the boat.
Oh, I mean, let's try, I guess.
Yet you got that twat soul stench.
Nah.
If I didn't know better, I'd say a mind flayer shat a worm in your brain.
I mean, yes.
Should
You're not
split
wrong.
your head open and poke around in there if you lot don't pay up.
Stench, ridiculous. I'm no more a true soul than you are. Go on, try it. I've been itching for a fight. I heard you talking. I went Nier out and you have a lead. No, What kind of nose does he have that he can smell the brain worm? Let's go with 1, I guess.
Okay.
The shiver returns. This time it's colder, sharper.
The stench don't lie. You're one of them.
That's not true. You're imagining things. I would never bow to the absolute. I was a true soul. That cult lied to me, and now I want revenge.
I mean, both options are +6.
Yeah. Let's be kind of... I mean, let's be kind of truthful. We weren't true souls, but, you know, the other part isn't wrong.
Oh, 10. That's possible.
Unless it's a 1. Oh! Would you look at that? That's better than a 1.
Revenge, eh? In that case, I got a proposal. Want to earn some gold?
Oh, yay. The other one wanted... He wanted our gold. Instead, now he wants to earn us gold? Or give us gold? Wow. Maybe they have some wine on them and you can steal it and give it to the other guy.
I don't think the other guy cares much for wine. I think
he didn't much, honestly. He was still annoyed.
He wants gold, I think.
No, the other guy that I was talking about who was pissed when they wanted a present.
Yeah, I mean that guy. A present is mostly gold in this case.
Oh, okay. Well, I was giving him wine then. Thing that 20, Nat 20 didn't see one of those in years. Dude, they happen regularly.
Ooh.
Ow, Heis. What gold? I thought you hadn't been paid yet. Depends, what do you need done? If you're offering me a job, I'm not interested. Please, I've already got more coin than you can carry.
I think 1 is good.
Yeah, 1 is being a bit...
Ain't my gold I'm offering. It's the true souls. Thrin's after the Absolute's glory. That's why she's got those slaves digging for Nier. But we ain't need glory, just coin. And Nier's got plenty. Help Thrin free Nier. Then you and my chums grind him up.
Oh.
Whatever the spoils,
Oh.
we'll drop you a fat cut. You in?
Quick question. Are you visiting our mother this weekend?
This weekend?
Yeah, perhaps.
This weekend, so tomorrow.
Yeah, basically.
Wasn't
thought-
planning on it.
I thought you were planning on it. It's okay.
Why?
Cause my present arrived and she asked how it's gonna get to me.
I'm planning on to drive down to Hessen
Yeah. Could
on the
you?
2nd, and on the 4th I wanted to visit if they're there.
Yeah, but by that time, actually, it's Nah, then I've got to think about it. I'm gonna think about it. It's okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
What were we at? Okay, money. Money. I'm in. Count me out. Good plan. I think Sergeant Thrin should know about it. Ho ho. Wait. I thought they're on opposite sides.
They
Are they
are
all
on
against them?
opposite.
Okay.
They are on opposite sides. That's a passive-aggressive statement.
Okay, a kind of okay. Okay, sounds good. Expect half the spoils.
I mean, that has a +6 too.
Okay, let's go with that. Oopsie.
That's a 10.
Yay! Give me some of your luck. There you go.
Half. You drugnin.
Drugnin?
Fine. Half it is.
Is that a swear
but
word?
First, we need to take care of something.
Probably.
Yep.
You've seen that weird all-by floating about?
Yes.
Knife it. And don't get caught. The
Okay.
cult watches through it. And we can't risk more twat souls showing up. You still standing about? Get on it.
Okay. Let's leave them alone. Stab the eye. Astarion should be good with it.
What now?
Don't die. Where's the eye?
Peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move, and you better.
Somewhere en route.
Somewhere beyond the sea. Somewhere.
Near dies.
I don't know.
Your chum blows near out of there. What then?
Ah, here it is.
Where's here?
Over here where I am.
Where are you?
Is remarkably intricate.
Oh, by the
over
Roth-
here
the
by the
Rothi.
Rothies.
Lorothy.
Inhabitants were drow-sized at least.
They're skeletons, then.
Quiet. I'm thinking. Probably inhabited by whoever those skeletons were the others found.
Thing is, I don't know if I can do this.
Let the Starian do
probably-
it. He can do the sneak attack, and that should be can be 70 20
Yeah, okay.
20 damage.
I mean, I also got a divine smite. That's also at least 9 damage.
But it's not a sneaky attack.
It can be. It can't be. Because you can't sneak in the presence of a scrying eye.
What's the story? Marching?
We're gonna just wait.
Okay.
I could also, you know, I've got a few smoke powder barrels. We could put some barrels around the scrying eye.
That won't do anything. You can just hit it once and hope nobody sees it. I mean, we're not in the view field of the Duergar, so could be if you just hit it once
Long road ahead. Have to keep
that
going.
nobody notices.
Nobody notices the attack we're planning. It's gonna be fine.
I mean, I could do it as well because I'm standing next to it and I don't have to sneak to do it. Wait. I've got an idea. Do you have smoke cloud?
Smoke cloud.
Yeah, something. Darkness would also work.
Wait. Dark. Scroll of Dark Vision, Scroll of Darkness.
Scroll of Darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah, then use it with Astarion and do a blob of darkness on the opposite, on the side between us and the dwarves. They
As
can't
a
see.
wall.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Maybe a bit too far, but should work.
Okay.
Now I'll smite the eye.
Smote it!
Need hit, they rolled, do not.
And
Okay.
it's gone.
What? Yes.
Yay!
Okay, instant turn-based mode.
High five and stuff. Oh no, the roti are running away. Poor things are scared. Please don't jump off the ledge.
Just move away as far as possible, as fast as possible,
So they don't attack us.
so nothing attacks us or gets us in the.
Pretend like we didn't do anything. Okay,
Yeah.
I've got it.
I just do. A
Hey,
scratch up?
wizard!
Oh no,
What?
I equipped I equipped the different weapons. I didn't know F is for equipping.
F.
Yeah. Switching the weapons, I mean.
Okay. Didn't know it either. Messed up my plan on fixing my sleeping schedule. Weather, it's not good. Now I wake up at 5 p.m. during the day. 12 hours ago I was only supposed to sleep for 1 hour, but I accidentally slept for 5, so now I have to start. It's very confusing. Too many numbers. I failed. It's not a big deal, but I hate it when I fail because it means I have to suffer again, since the first few days of fixing my sleep schedule is the worst. I mean, if you have a loud alarm that can actually wake you, then if you nap in between, that should be fine, if you can. I can't, so Okay, talk it to them.
No one stopped me yet.
They already know you, so talk
Oh
it.
yeah, okay.
It all goes to plan. The eye's clobbered. Good work. Time to bust Nier out and shred him.
Any idea how I might do that? I've obtained explosive powder. I guess let's go with the powder.
No, I don't think so, because that's a big bomb and we don't want to waste that.
Wait, did we get the big bomb? I thought it was just regular smoke powder.
No, we got the rune powder bomb.
Oh yeah, no, we don't want that.
Some days back, a slave gnome bolted with smoke powder. Handy stuff. Bet her crew know more than they're letting on. See if you can get him to talk. Once Nier's out, we'll pound him to powder and take our dues.
Shouldn't we kill the other guys first? Shouldn't we kill the guys, the what's her phrases?
Moving ahead.
Sergeant Thrin and Mindmaster Dunnell first,
Yeah,
before
just,
we kill...
Now we
Nier?
should just first break Nier out and then just do it together with those guys, because they will help us now.
Wait, who, Thrin?
No, the guys we just talked to, they will
Yeah.
help us kill them.
Yeah, but it would be smarter to first kill the Sergeant and the Mindmaster doodle.
No, because then we won't get the others, because we need to kill Nier while he's out here.
Yeah, but logically that does not make sense. You
Why
know?
not?
Well, cause because it makes more sense to first kill the people that are gonna be on Nier's side, and then kill Nier, because he's gonna be alone. Easy peasy.
Yeah, but then the
Thank
whole
you, Bam, for the resub.
And there was much
won't
rejoicing.
play out.
Yeah, I know. I'm just doubting the logic of it all. Not
Because
that
if-
it's not gonna happen if we do that. I understand that we... But wait, they're already green. They're already our
but
friend green.
But if we just attack them, then they won't be green.
Well,
Because
that's
that will
dumb.
be that will be a thing. Well, you didn't do as we told you, and then
Yeah, and
they'll just
I'm
attack us.
saying I'm not doubting that that's the case and that that's gonna happen. I'm just saying that it's dumb.
Dead drow, publicly displayed. The Dwagar are sending a message.
Yeah.
well, they want to make sure that Nier gets out, so they can get the money because they don't want to get in. Because if they don't get Nier out, then the whole uprising thing doesn't make any sense.
Well, they can uprise against the absolutist dudes.
Yeah, but that doesn't help them because they want the money Nier has on him.
Yeah, but we can still kill Nier afterwards. It would
Yeah,
just
but-
be easier.
But they don't know that in the meantime, Nier wouldn't be dead in the whole smoky area there.
Oh, they assume he's already dead?
Well, no, but if he is dead and he can't get out, thus, they don't have any gold and they have betrayed their comrades for nothing.
But they will also only know that Nier has gold if we kill Nier.
But they do have, they do think that he has gold, so they do think they know he has gold.
I'm telling you, it's not logical.
It is.
It is not.
It is.
Shall we? These guys are green, but I wanna help the skip pit, whatever.
I mean, we
fuck.
could try helping him.
And there's
least.
the other guys that throw stuff. Or the dead, I guess. Let's help.
Oh no, did we get the bomb? Because they are still there.
Yeah, we didn't. We didn't go up. Did we? No.
I
The
don't
bomb
think so.
thing is from down here.
No,
Going
the
up.
bomb thing is up there.
Wait a second.
That up the stairs. That's the lift.
Well, we don't have any rune powder.
Well, then just let's do the stuff back here then.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's save Pipsqueak first.
Yeah.
Piss off.
Piss yourself. It's pronounced, I tremble afore your awful majesty. Okay, that is Dark
I
Urge.
can call you other silly names, true soul, like arse rag or shite pot.
So like I said, piss off.
No, you don't understand. Thulla sent me to save you. Say that to me one more time and I'll gut you. I'm working so hard to be a nice person these days, but you're really trying my patience.
Is that so?
Well, listen close, true soul. I've got a new tune to whistle. Piss the drug off.
Last chance, you want me to kill your slavers or not? Prepare to strike. Piss off yourself. That is so childish. Wait a second. The best way to fix... Wait,
Maybe
that was
maybe
missing-
save it
wait,
first.
wait a second. Was my mistake though. I had an alarm but accidentally had the mobile phone turned off. Oh dear lord, dude. The best way to fix the sleep schedule is to stay awake for an entered day. Then going to sleep at your desired time and bam, fixed sleep schedule. That's how is that the easiest? The best, okay, best way. Yeah, but it's struggly because you have to stay awake. And then you're too tired to actually fall asleep. And then you got issues again. That's what I tried. It failed, so I have to restart again. That did it. Again, thank you, Bam. Hi, how are you doing? Thank you for the resub. Brain confusion after this gold thing. Yeah, same. I think they have gold, but they don't have gold, but they might, but they won't kill them because they might have gold. No, is it so difficult to understand? I'm just don't, I just
I understand you, but you're wrong.
Well, it's not about being right or wrong. It is about logical thing. Okay, we let Nier out. Then we have Nier to fight Nier and the freaking Draugr band of absolutists.
Yeah, but they won't know that Nier is okay and that they will get their money until they see Nier. So they won't do anything to jeopardize their business unless they know they can get something out of it. Because that way, if Nier is dead, and we turned on those guys, then he could still then they could still turn on us and get a profit out that way.
Okay, so they want to but
Cover
what
all
so
their
we
bases.
let Nier out and kill him right away? And
So
only
we
then they will help us?
Yes, so we let Nier out, kill him right away.
Now I get it. Okay. I've also finished the game. I just haven't finished the game in Dark Urge. And also, you know, I've been a bit of a goody two shoes.
I mean, same thing, I guess.
What I was wondering, how is the firework stuff going in our village there? Is there a lot of boomity boom in our house's vicinity?
Yes, probably. I'm not that sure. Last year I wasn't here. The year before, pretty much. I think there was just one pair of neighbors that were in the nearest vicinity. I'll have a view. I'll be here and I'll have a view occasionally to see that.
It was not
there
about the
isn't-
house. I was wondering something else. It's okay.
Okay, what were you wondering about?
If it's safe for scaredy dog from the boom boom boom.
I mean, Lily was mostly at
Yeah,
at
Lily
least at
wasn't
midnight.
scared really.
She was I don't know what bellen means.
Bark.
She was barking.
Bark. She barked?
Yeah,
Okay. Didn't know that.
but
Be okay.
I mean, I wanted to do it a bit farther away because the
Yeah, no, I was wondering something. It's okay.
Yeah.
You answered already.
So I mean, I guess your place is a bit safer in that regard.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, my neighbor's balcony burned down one Sylvester, New Year's Eve.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
A rocket
noted.
flew in and a boom and a burn and yeah.
Now I'm
Anyway.
afraid.
It happened once. Doesn't happen that often, I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Dark Urge Run. I want to do that. That's the most convincing, probably. The thing with the Joy. Hey. Leave the table alone. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Lass. Lass. Here. Puppy. My eyes are weird. Joy. Stop the oofing. Here. We are not oofing. Not oofing at all. Okay, good. No, you meant the persuasion with the last chance thingy. Surely 2 balconies wouldn't burn down in the same place. Also, yeah. I mean, the likelihood is very small, I would say. Theoretically, it would be possible.
But I
Joy.
am
Why are you
thinking
doing this?
about driving my car into my garage for once because I fear about it getting
Yeah, please do that.
hit.
I do not care for going to the thingy to get the car taken off again. I don't want to deal with the car people again. If it burns down.
You mean
So
my car people, the
Yes,
Toyota
because it's on
car
my
people?
name, so I would have to
Oh.
do the thing.
Okay.
Sylvester is fun because you can joke about all the stupid people. Well, no, because they're kind of annoying when they shoot rockets at you and your dog, and you kind of tell them to stop that nonsense, and then they're kind of, ha 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 ha, she told us to stop. Hey.
You had such a...
Yeah, last year. It was still light outside. I don't know why they were running rockets, but I was standing right next to them. They set it off and shot it at least in the other direction, but we were right there.
If there was still light out, that had to be 15 o'clock or something.
Yeah.
Like
It was,
right?
yeah, it was not a time where they would be throwing that.
Although-
Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone for a long walk there.
I mean, they aren't allowed to.
You're also not supposed to shoot those along the street, and they still do it.
Yeah.
That doesn't
but,
stop them.
But a part of that, you could technically call the police on them.
Yeah, until the police gets there, they're already gone.
But you could tell those guys, I'm going to call the police if you don't stop it.
Oh yeah, and then I've got the problem of them creepily harassing me. Yeah, no.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay. Let's try to persuade the things. You can say, I will call the mafia if you do not stop. I need to practice my Italian accent then or what? A rocket was once shot at me while I was sitting in the fire truck. Holy crap. I hope the window is closed. But what the fuck?
I'm always practicing the one thing one of our university teachers told us about presence when dealing with other people.
Presence?
Your
presence.
Presence, yes. That was the guy who taught about presentation and stuff.
Oh.
You know.
Yeah.
And then he told us that when he was abroad and someone pestered him that he basically puffed himself up, put his shoulders up, and was just really loudly and deeply screaming at the guy to leave.
But I mean, he's also a very tall, very
Yeah. In
let's
my
say floofy body shape.
yeah, okay, he wasn't tall particularly. I
Yeah,
think he was about
okay, who is roughly your
one-
size?
170,
What?
75.
No.
He wasn't that tall. He
He
was
was taller than me.
broad. He was chunky, but he wasn't tall.
Maybe I didn't stand next to him, but I remember him being tall.
I remember him having very broad shoulders and very broad belly.
Okay, we're kind of remembering the same person, but also at the same time not. Maybe I just don't remember that he was smaller than me. I thought he was taller. And he had a very deep voice. I can't do that.
Yeah, didn't mean for you to do it, but I'm practicing it.
That's not gonna work, Atrocious. That was an atrocious attempt. Okay, let's persuade him. Persuade them.
Oh.
Okay, I don't trust the 5. Should I still do it?
I mean, you could add guidance.
Yeah,
but
I don't trust the 5. Oh, okay, never mind. I should have trusted the 5.
I mean, guidance doesn't cost anything, so.
What about piss off, do you?
You aren't just
Hold
talking
on.
shit, are you?
You aren't just talking shit, are you? Then shh. Keep it low. Don't let them hear you. Now, why in the hottest hells would a true soul be helping me?
I'm not a true soul, for fuck's sake. It doesn't matter. Do you want help or not? What can I say? I just love killing. No one should serve a master. You deserve to be free. Oh, what can I say? I just love killing.
Figures. You want blood?
Figures.
Those piss pots will spill plenty. But you better finish the job, because I'll be the one to suffer if you don't. Ain't you hearing me, prickhole? Piss off to every last hell.
Piss off. Cool. Okay, but
Wait,
they...
wait. We shouldn't kill them.
It's skip
But
me, you
we,
piss pot.
if we kill the others, then those would join, and then we can kill them afterwards.
Yes.
Still barking at
So we don't have to kill them now.
Far as I know.
Are they gonna leave Pit alive?
Probably.
Okay,
Maybe.
then let's kill the other ones that throw stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're yellow, but we can also just first.
Well, they've got thingies, and they're also annoying.
Yeah,
they're
they're
not gonna
yellow.
join anyway. They're somewhere.
Yeah, let's just.
They're starting to rot.
Keep your distance.
But
pal.
don't attack them, but just do
You got a brain of your own.
dialogue and
Use
then
it.
attack them.
Okay.
Keep it together.
Pourquoi?
Because that won't trigger
Unless you're here to kick
perhaps
some
a
stiffs
negative
lakeside,
reaction
I
from
suggest you
everybody
bugger
else.
off.
You think?
Yes.
Doubt. My friend, I play Goliath Goat Bowl, Moon Hockey, and Pegasus Poli with corpses. Grimwork, did you kill them? I hope you're checking them for loot first. Okay, let's go with the goat ball, I guess.
Ugh, hate being taken all literal like by fancy types like you.
We've work to
Fuck
do.
off.
Stuff your Pegasus where the rainbow don't shine.
Maybe first perception then.
Yeah. Inspect. Woo! I'm lucky today.
You spotted a shiny trinket on one of the corpses.
Oh, that's gonna go well. Should I just decept them? Though it's worse.
I mean, just try it. Try deception, I guess. If not, maybe that will get them to attack us.
I guess we can kill them. Oh shit. Yep.
You're not really high rolling this.
Should I try again or save that for
do
important?
once. Do it once again and then.
I mean, or you only have one inspiration, so you know there's only one. Ah! Holy mother!
That worked.
Aye.
Thank the Absolute. They're all yours.
Absolute.
They're
We
absolutely yours.
Deep gnomes, killed under the yoke of slavers.
The yoke. I will take the lives of those who took yours. Bow your head in respect. No shops on the Fugu plain. I might just have to look in Fugu.
You.
It's Fugu. It's puffer fish with an E. I might just have a look in your pockets. Okay, Karlak will not like that.
Probably. But Astarion will like it.
Yeah, I know. Let's go with that. Oh, nobody cared.
Alright. I'll be right back. I'll just have to get myself a snack real quick.
Okay. Nobody has anything in their pockets is. Oh, there what? There's a ring. Blah. There's a deep gnome. How can I get that deep gnome somehow out of there? Unless I have a swimming dolphin summon, I don't think I can speak with animals, no. Could a frog get that thing? A crab! Well, I don't think the crab can swim. Well, anyway, then we're gonna lose that one.
Mind my step.
Find the Sharon Temple. Okay.
I'll give it a shot.
Let's sneak up in there. Chip, 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 chip. Okay.
That might be worth a look.
Press the button. And then we've got the smoke powder to get near out. Okay, now we gotta go from the other side there. Wasn't there somehow a way to get through here? I thought there was. Weird. Never mind. Skulls. Collapsed archway. Collapsed. Collapsed. Why is it collapsed?
Good here, I hope.
Ay 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 ay. Do 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 do. Staria needs to try to unlock the door, please. No, no, no. Go, go, go. Lockpick.
Hardly a challenge.
Hardly. Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
A lot on my mind. And, well,
I got the smoke powder.
Oh, the scraps of a nightfall feast.
I've heard of that. A banquet that ends with you murdering someone in Shah's name.
Ew.
Quite the event.
Seriously?
I'll take that.
Well, that is weird. Silver! Loot, 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 loot. Oh my god.
Do you need to take every last bit of silver cutlery?
Yes.
What's that?
Why is that cauldron burning?
Can't slow down.
How does that work?
Probably no one heard enough to put it out.
No, there's actually lava on top of that countertop. Here.
Maybe burn through the ceiling.
The lava came from the ceiling?
Could be.
Well, that's weird.
Open up.
Oh, there's a key.
Seems simple enough.
Okay, Karlak, you need to. Or can you carry that rock?
Never a dull moment.
Which rock?
This one.
Curious. That stone there's been pried
I
loose.
can.
What path lies before me?
Oops. Okay. Merci. And now we've got to fight some blobs. Can we just sneak?
Looks like an ambush.
Can we ambush the ambush?
Only if they're standing around somewhere, and they aren't.
A knife in the dark.
Oh, would you look at that? You can sneak past.
Nope.
Boom!
The dance macabre.
A carp dance. You have so many reactions. Oh, seriously?
Blood comes easy these days.
Blood does come
It's not
easy
blood.
to me. Oh, wait, we can knock the thing out. Womp. Seriously, critical miss. Bullshit. Weep. Steal everything! You need to end your turn. Oh no, poor Starion.
Never a dull moment.
Karlak seems to be encumbered. Maybe because you have her carrying barrels.
That is nonsense. She's encumbered because she picked something up. The trident.
Yeah. And the barrel.
Fuck yes.
No, it's a trident.
Barrels.
Leave my barrels alone!
No.
Well, that was dumb. Ooh, wee, 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 wee.
What's going on?
It is not moving. No. Got a timeout.
You're mine.
Badoom!
Still on my feet.
Whap. Ew! It exploded.
Hop, hop.
Seriously, 4 damage. Wow. Unarmed strike. Because of the
Yeah,
encumberment.
No, because she is a part monk.
But I hit him with my sword.
Yeah, but you have an additional unarmed strike.
Oh, I get it. I misunderstood what that meant. Sorry. Reading is too easy. Still alive? We do what we must because we can.
Level up.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Bum, 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 bum.
Tools and a thick rope. Someone climbed up from down below.
The beast below.
What's inside?
Okay, I need that level up in Paladin so I can do an extra attack.
Morgens some fever. Oh, we have got levels. Leveling.
I just now loudly said we have a level up.
No, you said I need a
Level
palette.
up.
Something. Oh, yeah, I did not hear that. I was in my brain. In my brain.
Get out of that.
Get out of my brain?
Yes.
Add class. Can I have multiple
Yes.
subclasses?
You can multi-class.
I thought multi meant 2.
No, you can basically do a level in each class.
Holy crap.
But that won't do you any good.
No, because you're gonna stick with level 1.
Basically, but it would still increase your health and so on. But you had an amazing amount of abilities that don't synergize with each other. Brandings.
My computer was very loud just now. It was not happy. Oh, look. Uncanny dodge. Yay. Morgens um 4 klopft's an die Türe. Na, nu wär's so früh am Morgen. Was war, Herr Krause? im Nachbarhause. Du, 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 du. Sie haben doch einen Kaktus auf ihrem kleinen Balkon. Holleri, holleri, hollo. Alright. Grab the lolth candle. Wait, is there something in here? Ooh, yes. Vampiric touch or something. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, maybe we should do a short rest.
I kinda have a 170 FPS right now. 200.
How many?
200.
200.
If I'm standing still, 200. If I'm moving, 170.
Okay.
I don't know how, but every time I open this game, it somehow gets faster.
147.
I don't know if the FPS display is just broken or things. I don't know.
It depends on what is displayed, I guess. You know? Close up, I've got 150 now. I thought I found the key for this. Nonsense. What did I find the key for then?
Of the faithful, know your goddess. Know her command.
You know, I wish the keys would say what they have unlocked if they've been used. So I know that it's already used, that I don't need to keep it. Because I keep keeping the keys. It's a bit heavy after some time. Burlap sack on the counter. Okay. Hello, Pillamine. Shall we have a chat? With some luck, we won't all die.
Hold it!
Should I try stealing her barrel while you have her in?
An ash
oh yes.
Fills the air. The barrel is filled
Okay.
with smoke powder.
Then wait, just a little bit.
I just saw you sneak past.
Shut you down.
Calm down. Let's talk this through. You wouldn't dare. You don't have the courage. Just snuck through the thing.
I have it. And now I'm
Did the
I'm
game
stuck.
crash? It's black. Screen. You broke the game.
I think so, but
Oh, no, here. She disappeared. Huh.
I think because I walked through her viewport. Could we reload and then
You were seen stealing.
try this again, because
Resolving this
it
peacefully
somehow
will require more
walked me
caution
across
than
the
you
whole
displayed
thing
in getting
because
caught.
it
Okay.
didn't want me to.
Maybe use invisibility then. Okay, then
Okay.
get out.
Yeah. Main menu, not quit game.
Maybe use something with invisibility then.
Yeah. I have an invisibility scroll with me. Think.
Goodie.
Just tell me when you've reloaded.
Error, server shutting down.
What?
Tell me if you've got a fish.
Tell me if you reloaded.
Oh. Where's the fish?
The safe. I don't know.
I'm fairly sure I heard fish.
I didn't say fish.
Then I don't know what you said because I heard fish. Okay, game is loaded.
Okey
Wait,
dokey.
wait. I need to
Everything is clear.
switch. Okay, yeah, now.
Connect.
Ihr kleiner grüner Kaktus. So wie. Oh, sorry. Fiel mir aufs Gesicht. Das Glas ist oder nicht. Kleiner grüner Kaktus sticht. Okay, do you have the thing?
Yeah. Yeah, wait, just look if I have the invisibility. Yeah, I have invisibility scroll. So, just induce the dialogue again, and I will sneak
Okay.
past again.
Teeny, I can't take my life anymore. No, you can. You've got this.
I swear to Iron Hand. One more step and I blow us to chunks.
An ashen scent fills the air.
You've got
The
this.
barrel is filled with smoke powder, but the scent is acrid, as if contaminated somehow. Or much, much.
Black screen. Atrocious. What's going on?
It's the same thing again.
No, I meant atrocious, but yeah, no. Then should we load?
Yeah, load again, and I have a last bit of thing I want to try. Just once more. If that doesn't work, then it just doesn't.
Okay. I got this. Nothing's going okay right now. It's driving me insane. Is there anything you need to chat about? Can I help somehow? And I know that sometimes stuff is overwhelming, that it feels kind of too much, and everything is driving you nuts. I know that feeling, and it's temporary. I know it is overwhelming, and also, sometimes it helps to kind of talk about things. For example, if you're overwhelmed with all the things you need to do, like for example when our grandmother died and I got overwhelmed and just kind of didn't know how to deal with all of the things. It was just kind of, talk things through. Sometimes it's not as knotted as it feels in that moment. I don't know, I'm not used to this. Understandable. I don't think you get used to being overwhelmed. Absolutely not. That is not something that just becomes normal.
Jeannie?
Yeah.
Could you hand me over my character, because it is yours right now?
Oh, yeah.
This way.
Another step forward.
Maybe you need to steal it before we talk to her?
No. I just didn't duck while I was invisible because she... Yeah, I need to do that again.
Okay.
Just wait while you do the dialogue.
I swear to Iron Hand.
Just quickly
One more
sneak
step
past
and I blow us
there.
to chunks.
An ashen scent fills the air. The barrel is filled with smoke powder, but the scent is acrid, as if contaminated somehow. Or much, much more concentrated.
She's gonna blow up. That's my thing.
Okay, now I got it.
Shut your mouth, Hoon, or I'll shut you down.
Can't actors. She's gonna blow up. It's my thing. Oh dear Lord. Just a second.
Yeah.
Atrocious. Is there so much in your life that's kind of rolling over you? Is that what you're feeling right now? Okay, sorry. What did you want to say?
First thing. Hold on, there's something different about that powder.
It's gone. Thanks for the hydrate. Pity hydrate as well.
Okay.
Suffer with me. I actually need to go to the bathroom. Okay.
Yeah, then go to the bathroom.
Everyone hydrate. Let's all hydrate together. Take a deep breath. And out. And then hydrate. Okay, oops, I already took out the headphones. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Okay. Atrocious, please let me know if you, okay, we wrote a message. I'll be right back in a moment, okay? I'm gonna answer you then, okay? I'll be right back. Ow!
Try me!
Sorry.
You fucker! I know what you are. One of Nia's cult goons. Sailed right in. Better to die in this
You
shit.
pressed the wrong dialogue option.
I didn't press anything!
How did you press something by mistake?
I don't know, I hit myself in... I didn't do anything! I just knocked my foot into the freaking green screen. I don't know how that happened. Ow. I'm okay. Just what did I do?
Can you just normally walk without hitting yourself with anything? That would be awesome.
I can't. Today is one of those days. I'm glad that I still have my eye, I guess. It's big enough that it doesn't poke my eye out, you know. It's completely it hit my eye socket. So, you know. Okay. Sorry, what did I press? Better to die in this shit heap than rot in moonlight. No, wait. You wouldn't dare, you don't have the courage. That's not what I meant to do, though. I mean, it's gone anyway, so it's not like she can actually kill us.
I mean, did you just click, I don't care, go and blow us up?
Okay, wait a second. But really, it's just everything I hope to happen isn't happening. Everyone around me is annoying me. I just want to be left alone right now, and I'm getting sick of waiting for things to get better. That is a mood, yeah. I get that quite often. It is overwhelming when you're already, you know, kind of dealing with shit, and then people keep going at you or something, or adding their baggage onto you, or, you know, also sometimes they just want to help you, but that's overwhelming, so that's kind of shitty, and it's a whole situation. Had that last year, was very fun, and that was sarcasm. Hey Jeannie, how are you doing? So, you know, I would not advise, you know, isolation, because that is always, you know, a kind of, what is it? Doomed if you do, damned if you do, damned if you don't, kind of thing. If you're in that situation, but maybe, you know, if you have one person that's kind of reasonable in the head, you know, and isn't as annoying, maybe talking to them, and kind of talking your problems through, not really isolated. I have you guys. Okay, I appreciate that. But also, you know, it's just, I just mean a person in your life that you can kind of tell all your private things to. People do need that kind of, and it's very difficult to find that person who is there. And while I do invite you to, you know, if you need to talk something through, some things are just private, you know, and it's also, this is a public platform, so it's always a bit, gotta be careful with this stuff. But it is good to talk through your things. If you feel like, I don't know, too many things are happening at once, you don't know where to start, for example, then sometimes an outside perspective can help you figure out where to start. Like my brother, for example, who very graciously helped me when I needed that. Sorry?
Just said brother here.
Yeah, that brother. And, you know, the other way around as well.
Yes.
It's helpful because out of your mangled mess of panic and everything is shit, you can't logically think things through. And then you don't see, okay, I have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but everything after C is actually optional. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to stress over that. A and B can be done, and person can help with B or something, you know? And as for, you know, things are not happening the way they're supposed to be happening, I feel that. I thought I would have children by now. I've got a dog and 6 birds. I completely understand that, you know, there are times in life when you just feel like, okay, I haven't reached my milestones yet. But also you define your milestones. So sometimes it's maybe useful to kind of think through those milestones and maybe, you know, sometimes you gotta grieve for them. It's sad to say goodbye to some dreams and wishes, but sometimes they don't happen that way. And that's just life. You can't plan everything, especially when it depends on other people. Like, for example, if people want to really, really be famous on Twitch or something, you can't influence that. You have no influence on whether people find you on Twitch or not, you know? It's not a milestone issue. Okay. Just everything's going wrong kind of situation then. Question mark. The voice should have gone up there. For me, it was like everything I hoped not to happen happened. It's kind of that's also a self-fulfilling prophecy sometimes, you know. If you hope for something not to happen, then it kind of, you accidentally sometimes cause them to happen. Like forgetting things that you don't want to forget. Oops. Either ride with the bad stuff or hit yourself on Teeny's green screen. For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. I can assure you that is not enough. Exactly. It's you still need some human interaction. You know, it's good to have conversations on the internet and everything, but it's still, you know, I don't know, Pity, is it maybe for you, since you do have friends online, is it enough for you if you talk to them about some stuff, or do you still need some physical people to talk to, like me, or I don't know, your local friends?
I would say it isn't about enough or not enough, but thing is sometimes you just have to meet people in person, and sometimes it's you can also just talk to them over the phone and such, and it will help. But I think the main problem is with just having people online is that you can't go out that much, and even if you're kind of shut in, like I would describe myself,
you're not a shut in.
Then,
You're in the what is it called, an introvert, but you're not a shut in.
yeah, I mean, I like it more being at home playing games, but even then, I also like to go out sometimes, and that's just missing if you don't go outside.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, you know, you don't really want so much human contact, but also you kind of need it at the same time.
Yeah.
Very, very confusing as well sometimes. I'm having a good time today. I'm seeing my mom being in more pain because of her stage 4 cancer, and now I understand why people say I was relieved that my parent passed away, because it means that they don't have to be. Oh, you're also gone, Carlos. I'm sorry. Yeah, seeing somebody struggle is very difficult as well. I should probably wait until you're actually back. Just today explicitly didn't put a bag in the bin to save people, to have people use the bag outside the bin that still had some room in it. They still used a bagless bin, and oh fucking hell, people had to empty it, and now there's a pool of liquid on the bottom of the bin. It's aggravating. You live with humans. Okay, yeah, no, dude, absolutely. When you're already freaking annoyed to the brim, and then somebody does something really stupid, yes, it's gonna grind your gears even worse. For those things, I can say, yeah, it's probably better to kind of, you know, isolate yourself a bit from the situation. And also deep breaths. Deep breaths do so much, because, you know, just thinking to yourself, okay, they're idiots, I can't change it. You know, if you want to, you can be a bit of a petty bitch, and do some passive aggressive, putting the liquidy bin somewhere where people see what they've done. It's gonna cause conflict though, probably, but it would totally be what I would do, because I'm a bit petty. It's not good, it's not healthy, but if it's people that you don't particularly love, it's, I think, sometimes called for. You can also tell them, guys, why the fuck were you doing this? It just doesn't make sense. Somebody make a list, because this does not make sense. And you have your confidants. Confidants are good. Also, I don't know what the living situation is, but sometimes with just, I don't know, flatmates or something, or, you know, if it's family, gotta get a meeting together, get them all together and talk about these things. It's better than pettiness. I did tell them, and the answer they gave me was low perception roll. What? Did they just kind of, I did not notice. I did not know that it was okay. Dude. The amount of times I've seen people climb over bags of garbage instead of actually picking it up and taking it with them, it's nuts. It's weird. But also, at the same time, I do that with dishes. You know, I just stack them. They exist there in the kitchen. I still have not done the dishes from Christmas, by the way.
But they are mostly in my living room and not in my kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, partially. I usually have cups here. A lot of mugs and cups and whatever. Yeah. That happens. Okay. Smile sincerely and hold out your hand. Okay, no, that is supposed to be calming or something. If I was a true soul, you'd be dead. Stand down before you hurt yourself. Are you sure about this? Once you're dead, that's it. It's over. Cast detect thoughts. Okay, I don't care. Go on, blow us up.
I think 5 would be adequate.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, dishes. It's been weeks since I did them. I don't want to do them. They're stinky. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I have a dishwasher. I won't be existing without a dishwasher.
You have a dishwasher because you currently still live in a house that our parents
I
have
know, but
put together.
Still, if I were already in another environment, first thing I would get for my kitchen would be a dishwasher, because I am never again living without a dishwasher.
Yeah, it's bad.
Tried it and it was horrendous. So
Yet you have a whole bunch of dishes in your living room.
Yes, but imagine I had to do these piles of dishes by hand.
Why?
Maybe I wouldn't leave that much, but it is more likely that everything would be the same, just with me being pissed one day and just
No, you're running out of dishes. That's what's gonna happen. You run out of dishes. You have no space left on your kitchen counter or living room, and then you've got to do all the dishes, and it's gonna take hours, and you're gonna get pissed, and you're gonna get all wrinkly fingers, and it's gonna be horrible. Yes. No. Totally. Teeny, I dare you to steal the dishwasher. I do have my own dishwasher. I do not want his dishwasher.
It's
also
a new one.
Full of what is it? Lime scale? Lime? No, what is it called? Lye? No, lime. Lye is the thing that dissolves stuff. Lime thingy-bob. Because the freaking water in our childhood home is so hard. It's freaking solid, almost. Anything that gets into contact with the water is instantly freaking white. Sabotage the dishwasher. I don't wanna. It's already messy enough without the dishwasher being gone.
It isn't really working that well anyways, but still enough so I don't have to do dishes.
Yeah, the problem is getting the stuff out of the dishwasher and putting it away so there's space for the new dishes. Yeah. That is my problem, at least.
I had a running now with just, I guess, 4 really big pots because my pots stack much more than the normal dishes, and they can just be put in I guess 4s into the dishwasher because nothing else will fit if they are in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The deep fry is also fun to wash.
Yeah, that's why
It's the only thing that fits in there.
That's why it is still very stinky.
Get your brother a simulator game where you wash dishes by hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this. What is it called? The not the crime scene cleaners. Something cleaners. Isn't there this where you it's a first person shooter ish kind of thing, but you're cleaning stuff?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I don't know its name. Yeah, but I don't need that.
I don't want it. Please don't get it for me.
So, just press the button.
Press the button.
5.
It's a button. A big red button. Button. Okay, I don't care. We've got an ad right now. But it's an ad. Damn ad.
Okay.
Just wait a moment. Just wait a little moment. What did she say? Try me, you prick. Okay, what did I say? You wouldn't dare. You don't have the courage. Try me, you prick. You know what you are. One of Nir's cult goons sailed right in. Better to die in the shit heap than rot in Moonrise. You want me? Come get me. That's a one. Okay. Funnily enough, simulating washing dishes is actually fun because you can upgrade your dishwasher. You can kind of upgrade your dishwasher too if you know what you're doing, I guess. I don't know. Probably. And now there's hooligans blowing stuff up in my street and it's not even New Year's yet. Same. Same here.
I don't care. Go on, blow us up.
Very fitting. Use headphones. That helps. Play music because they're not going to stop. You can't make them stop. You've got to deal with whatever and blow people up.
Then let it be.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Daredevil Iron Hand, hear me now.
Set me free. The smile.
What in the hell's?
Did you not notice?
Bugger it all.
Apparently not.
You moved them. Go on. Drag me to Moonrise. I'll make you cult nutters suffer.
I don't want you. I just wanted the smoke powder. I'm not taking you anywhere. You're free to go. I'd rather have the pleasure of killing you with my own hand. Okay. I'm not taking you anywhere. You're free to go. Which one should I go with? 1 or 2?
I mean 1.
1?
We're a bit of meanier, so I guess
Okay.
1.
Rune powder, you mean?
Oh, puppy.
Such a damned waste. Look, you have no idea what you're dealing with. Any true Iron Hand would trade their life for a grain of this stuff. It's the whole damn reason we're here.
What happens? What happens if I? Okay, Wizard also said 1. What if you? What if you get lit on fire and you've got rune powder in your pocket? You should be blowing up theoretically.
I mean, you should be. You should not be able to carry barrels in your pockets. So
Ask
I guess
Karlak.
no.
5 barrels. 5 barrels of smoke powder.
Yes.
Gunpowder, whatever.
Let me do a history check.
Yeah, wait a second. Welcome back, Carlos. I'm sorry about the thing with your mother. I hope you were able to help her a little bit. Must be very difficult. Literally everywhere, yeah, blow us up as long as we have insurance. What? Using Logitech headphones for the microphone and they don't have noise cancelling. Gotta play the music a bit louder? Maybe? Hey, Classic! Thank you. Hydrate. You've got to drink something.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm. And the tea is gone. Ow. It poured down. Sorry. I'll continue in a moment. You care about your ears? Well, that is very reasonable. Yes. And a good choice. It should still be, you know, even if not too loud, it should still be louder than the boom 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 outside, shouldn't it? Theoretically. My headphones don't have noise cancelling. They're just kind of boopity boop. Or do you have the kind of ones that are just on top of your ears? Dude. Oh my god. Do you remember those headphones that we had on car rides? Kind of with a little metallic thingabob on the top, and then the little paddy ear parts. Pity?
Huh? Sorry, I wasn't listening. What did you say?
Do you remember those headphones? The one with a metal tiny metal piece on the top, and then the round little ear parts that we had on rides to Hungary.
I guess.
All
yes.
the way when you were younger. The Discman headphones, yeah.
Yeah. What's with them?
I was just reminded of them. So I don't really like listen to music. What? There are people who don't like to listen to music? Yeah, it's difficult. I can't help her. I feel like I'm dying too when she's dying slowly. I'm so very sorry. I mean, the thing is though, you are not, and you have to keep going somehow. And also, I think she also would like you to go on, even if she's struggling right now. I know it's probably not at all anywhere even close to easy, but you know, it's a fucking horrible situation. Like music, I'm just not as moved by it as most people are. Well, it's not about movement, it's about, you know, just having something comfortable in your ear. A part of you dies, but you'll live and something will grow out of it. I know what you meant, but it sounded a bit odd. Was thinking of weird seeds that kind of grow little plants. Creepy little plants. That's why you gotta listen to Eminem like me. Do you? Is that gonna move anything for you? That's why I watch Baldur's Gate 3 streams. It's comfy. I would not advise you to use headphones while watching my stream. Because if I accidentally run into something and scream, then, you know, that's not something you should do.
You shouldn't run into things then.
Well, duh. Thank you for that masterpiece of advice. If you hurt yourself, just stop hurting yourself, for fuck's sake. Why are you running into walls?
You're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
I just read a nice article about paracetamol. I don't know if it's pronounced that way in English.
Something like that, yeah.
Never mind. They've just recently found out that it has a few side effects more apparently it changes cognition to a point where you are less afraid of risky undertakings and also a bit more dull or
Numb.
well, yeah,
Emotionally numb?
yes, you are less likely to be emotionally uh upset because of things others said to you, perhaps. Uh, but
That's good,
you're
though.
also just not as reactive. So it dulls you down a bit.
Well, it kind of sounds like an antidepressant, though. So an
Yeah, but
antidepressive
a permanent
effect. Permanent?
thing. It changes brain structure and
Chemistry.
things. So yeah,
What?
it's not healthy to take in larger doses and over an elongated time. That's
I mean,
the point of it all.
that was known before.
Yeah, but now it's even more bullshit.
Yeah, you're not supposed to take painkillers constantly. Obviously, that's a given. Nailed the can't even do it. Nailed the paracetamol, says the wizard. So you did it correctly. Said it.
Yay.
Yay. I mean, that thought of something actually growing did come to mind, but saturation prevents the loud noises, so I'm safe on that end. Okay. Also, you running into things is on you. You're drinking wine. Dude, me running into things has nothing to do with the wine. I do that completely sober.
Hey.
Dude, I every night I keep remembering when I get up to the bathroom, look where Joy is, because I fell over her once. I got so close to knocking my head into the corner of my vanity desk. The day after, I was just thinking, holy crap, how did I survive that without, oh my god, I could have died or something. And I had freaking blue knees and everything was hurting. So that was not me drunk. That was just a dog was in the way.
Why don't you turn on the lights when you go to the bathroom?
Because it wakes me up and then I can't fall back asleep. I've got insomnia, for goodness sake. If I can fight myself to not go outside of the bed, I do that, but usually I can't.
Okay, then just look where you're walking.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I'm kind of touching with my legs, just kind of, doing the Mr. Miyagi thing, just, with my feet.
Yeah, I do that too. If I go out at night and don't know where to step, I just put my 1 foot forward and touch the ground around it.
Yeah, no, I was just normally walking. I just did not expect there to be a dog in the way. A pile of dog. Very cute. But also, she was so terrified or worried when I was on the ground. I was sitting there and just kind of like the Peter Griffin scene where he's just
yes,
with his knee, and I'm just there. Oh my god, Scheiße. Ah, fuck. Could not move. And Joy was just, oh my god, what's going on? Why is she on the ground? Why is she not getting up? Boop, boop, boop with a snoot. She was adorable, but did not help the situation at all. I know what you mean, Teeny. However, I feel inside that I want to ruin my life and end up living under a bridge like some post-apocalyptic world-ending story, half unconscious and unaware of everything. The day when I will be alone forever in life is the day my new life would start. A new life of loneliness and a never-ending self-care. I'm void of loneliness now, and I'm living a never-ending self-care now, and this life will continue on for years and years and years, and it will never end. I mean, at some point it will end anyway, but that is not the point. You know, life is what you're doing with it. And, you know, you could, you know, just let your life run its course, live under a bridge and just kind of numb yourself out. But would that make you happy? You know? Or would that give you any relief in life? Because I don't think that those people that have to live like that want to do that. And I know it's easier to just kind of let yourself fall and fall forever than, you know, fight your way through it. But, you know, fighting for a while, you reach a point where it's not as big of a fight anymore. And, you know, grief is normal, unfortunately. It is part of, you know, mortality. But it does get better with time. It gets better, worse, better, worse. It's a ping pong thing. It keeps going, but, you know, it does get better in the end. It's just, you know, you need to work on it. And, you know, if you are in the grief moment and you have to deal with these things, then, you know, the small things count. You know, you don't have to do a whole bunch of doing the best things in your life or whatever. Just, you know, the basics of brushing teeth, feeding yourself regularly, and hydrating, and then just kind of moving on with what would make you feel better. And, you know, I don't know. I know the situation with your mother isn't good, but, you know, I don't know if, you know, you talked about these things at some point, but also, you know, we talked that you should talk to a professional or something. All the professional help I get helps me to continue on living this life. I get so much help, and living this life is so much work. It is. I feel frustrated that I have to continue. Nobody has asked me why I will continue, and I think people are too afraid to know the answer. I mean, why... I mean, there has to be a positive reason as to why you're continuing, right? I mean, obviously there's also the option of, you know, I'm scared and that's why I'm continuing on because this is the easier choice or something. I've had that. So, you know, but also... It is work. Living is not easy, but it also gets easier. You know, I wouldn't have believed it either. You know, I mean, 3 years ago, before the group therapy I was going to, I was so down. I did not know how to keep going, but it is possible. You know, I mean, whatever keeps you going, it keeps you going. It will be replaced with something positive at some point. For one, I'm glad that you're here and that you're working on yourself. You're getting the help you need. You are continuing on and going on and whatnot. But do you get specific grief counseling or something? I just have to accept that life is not a fairy tale ending in the Disney movie. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes.
Charlie, say thank you.
Hey, Classic. Scaring away the scariness. Thank you very much for the resub. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Tons of green counseling. Yeah, that's good. That's definitely good. I hope you can be open with them. But it's also...
Say thank you.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Classic. I appreciate that as well. Thank you. And yeah, we unfortunately have to realize life is not a Disney movie. We do not get the weird prince that comes out of nowhere, wakes you up with a kiss, you puke out a piece of apple and live happily ever after, and weird dwarfs sing mining songs around you. That is not how life goes, usually, I think. But also, you know, a lot of Disney movies have very weird things. Also, they have also very broken families, as it seems. So, in a way, we have things common with those Disney movies, after all. Just to keep on to continue for the next decades. Get the most luxurious help from so many directions towards me. Well, then just, you know, use it, take your time, and, you know, it's gonna get better with time, honestly. It might not seem that way right now, and it seems useless, but it is getting better if you use it correctly. Instead of a bird flying around me and sing to me in Swedish, they fly over me and take a long right? Okay. I got pooped at in front of the church while I was on my way to school by a pigeon.
I stepped out of a shopping mall and was pooped on by a gull.
In Hamburg.
Hamburg, yes.
Yeah, I guess you win then. Seagull poop is a bit bigger than pigeon poop.
I was glad that it only hit my side, so it flew on the side of my head, hit the side of my jacket, and landed on my shoe.
Well, I guess, okay. Then you're lucky. The pigeon hit my head properly right there. Also had Charlie poop on my head before while on stream. You know, sometimes a bird poop is not bad.
Wasn't our father shat on by a toucan?
Who was shat on by a toucan?
Our father.
I don't remember. Where would he get a toucan from?
In the Vogelpark Walsrode.
I don't think you can get close enough to the toucans that you can get shit on.
There was a birdhouse.
Yeah, but I think those were lorries.
No. It was a toucan. I'm pretty sure of that. If it happened, it was a toucan.
I don't remember being shat on or our father being shat on by a toucan, but okay.
It was a bigger bird, and I believe there were toucans flying in that room.
I think seagulls are bigger than toucans. Or same size, maybe. I think they're bigger.
I mean, toucan beaks are almost the size
the beak, but the bird itself is small. Fairly small.
How do they fly with such a big beak?
They're aerodynamic.
Eh? You could use them as a boomerang.
Probably. That's why they don't live in Australia, I think? I think they're African birds.
I mean, normally every weird creature that lives on Earth lives in Australia.
What did you say? All the shitty animals?
All the weird.
The weird. Dude, have you seen animals from Africa and South America? There are some really weird ones. They're not all in them.
Have you seen Australian spiders?
Yeah, I do not want to see those either. Because they live in the toilets.
I mean, Australia has the monopoly on
dangerous
weird,
beings.
weird dangerous animals that could eat your cat I mean, the
No,
spiders could eat your...
not a monopoly. Dude, there are freaking crocodiles or alligators or whatever in Florida. They crawl into your thingamabob, into your garden, over fences. They climb over that shit and then eat your dog or something. And then there's also the armadillos just go into your apartment or house or whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to live in Europe where there
They
are
also
no
have cockroaches
alligators
everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, just good that there is very much ocean between any other continent except Asia.
Yeah, we've got a very safe continent here. I'm very happy with that. Yes.
Asian hornets are the exception. And they should be terminated on site. They are terminated on site, but they should also be terminated on site. Every person should have a mandatory flamethrower at home to kill anything that has yellow and black stripes.
Wasps are protected though.
I don't fucking care.
They are protected. Stop it. Also, I mean, if they're Asian hornets, then they're invasive anyway. So that's a different.
I mean, Asian hornets are not protected, but wasps are a different story. But also flamethrowers would be nice on handy.
I mean, you can have a little, you know, what is it called? Crème brûlée, a flamethrower thingy. You know, I wouldn't flamethrower in the house though, because that might burn down the house and then we can't sell it anymore.
Yeah, I won't do that inside the house, but I won't let any wasps live in here as well.
You just send them outside, for fuck's sake. They don't want to hurt you.
If they, I'm always happy to do the, I open a door, they fly out. But if they stick to my ceiling and won't fly out, I'm sure as hell not gonna try to lure them outside, but gonna take my trusty shoe and smash it.
For legal reasons, that was a joke. Dude. Okay, anyway, point is, there's worse things than getting shat on by birds. No, just...
Having a bunch of hornets in your backyard would be such a thing.
Oh, dude, the wasps were eating our balcony.
The wasps are still eating our balcony.
It's winter, they're not supposed to be eating anything right now.
Okay, but they will continue to do so over the next few months.
Well, we can wrap the freaking thing into... I mean, it's already too late anyway, because half of the freaking balcony is already gone.
Yeah, I'm very careful when stepping on that piece of wood.
Well, don't step on it, doozle.
I mean, the bottom is to be stepped on.
Yeah, I don't think they've eaten the ground, I guess, hopefully.
I'm not so sure about that because
Maybe
there is a very loose floorboard on the on one end of the...
Yeah, okay, don't go on the balcony anymore. Dear Lord, you're gonna move out anyway. Okay, done. Good. Okay.
I mean, the fall wouldn't kill me, but it would sure as hell hurt a lot.
Because you also don't know how to fall properly. I don't know how to fall properly. We're all gonna die at some point.
That people is why I recommended genocide on wasps.
No, shut up. You're not gonna kill the freaking wasps. They're not doing anything except for eating bees.
And eating our
insects.
Balcony.
And eating... Yeah, but I mean, they don't know better, I guess.
There's a whole bunch of trees in the nearer vicinity.
Yeah, but it's not dead wood. They want the dead wood.
that there is a very dead tree also in the near
Dude,
vicinity.
we should have lacquered that stupid balcony ages ago. Nobody
It
was
was.
taking care of that thing. Oh, bullshit. That was last time somebody took care of that
Yeah,
was
okay.
before our grandfather died, probably.
Okay, ages ago, but still, bees are nice. They don't hurt anybody because they will die if they do.
They don't know that yet, though.
Bumblebees are floating puffs of fluff.
Little
but-
bears floating,
was-
floating when they're floating. Unless they aren't floating and they're just crawling over the ground because they need to get charged first.
But wasps are flying assholes, and hornets are bigger versions of them, even more assholey.
No, I think wasps actually get pissed more quickly than hornets. Hornets are assholes, but they're not, you know.
Yeah, but if a hornet stings you, it hurts a lot more.
Yeah, but they aren't as likely to sting as a wasp. I
They
think.
are big.
Yeah, but they're still kind of more chill about it, I think.
I mean, could also be said about the bigger spiders, and still nobody says, the big spider is less of a problem than the little spider.
Dude, that one spider that ran at me while our mother tried to hoover it up, it was just kind of running towards me. It was probably gonna eat me or something. I don't know. Dude, no, fuck spiders.
Yeah,
Though I'm putting them on the balcony
spiders
now, at
had
least.
wings. Imagine that is what you have with a wasp.
I mean, no, but also I'm getting very uncomfortable right now thinking about it. Please, okay, let's change the topic. Until they sting. Well, bumblebees can't sting. They don't have a sting.
Oh, bumblebees have a stinger.
Bumblebees have a stinger.
They have a stinger, but you can't see it, and people think. Well, they can also apparently bite. But
I mean, our father said he was bitten by one. He wasn't stung, but bitten. Hummel,
the thing is, they can both bite and sting, but the stinger is also very
Tiny.
much like a bee's, because they can only sting once, I believe.
No, they can't even. No, the sting, the bumblebees, the bumblebees are so freaking weak that they can't even push their sting through your skin, through human skin. Oh, and they're also
No, they have
they're making a big brrr sound before they bite you, or they they bite you with a warning. Okay, they bite you and brum at you before they sting, and then their sting also fails because they're too weak, apparently.
Yeah, but they have a big stinger.
It's pretty small.
No, it is bigger than a wasp. Bees.
It does not.
Yes.
Anyway, change of topic. Bird poop, okay. Spiders and wasps, not.
Yeah, I
thanks for
agree.
letting me express my frustration. I'm sorry if we make. I hope you don't feel like we're making light of the situation. I'm just trying to, get you also a bit, maybe a bit distracted as well. But also we are distracting ourselves, I guess, because that was not intentional. All the whole Australia, America, excursion through Animal Kingdom. That was an accident. Anyway, I still want to go to America. Australia, I mean. The other A. Also New Zealand. New Zealand is fun. Though, I want to see Kiwis.
New Zealand hasn't got the whole enchilada of dangerous, ugly, and weird animals.
I'm not sure about, spiders and those things, but You know, they've got all the flightless birds, basically, that somehow survived so far, even though the kakapo is endangered. New Zealand looks like a pretty nice country to live in. Yeah, let's live in the hobbit houses. How about that? No worries, I'm just glad that I'm here on chat. I'm glad you're here too. I'm glad you feel safe to share and stuff. All right, shall we continue with the cutscene? I'm very sorry. Yes. But also not. Okay, history. I've got a -1 though.
Yeah, but it won't hurt.
Where have you heard these terms before? Oh, fuck the fuck. Do you have a buff?
No. Let's try it. Can't go any more than wrong. Well, that didn't work.
Vague notions of rumor and myth. Nothing solid comes to mind.
Yay. Fine, I've heard all I need. The powder's the reason you're here? How so?
Look, we're freedom fighters. We need this powder to prove a point to people who really need a point.
We just want to prove a point. Wow. Okay, cool. Fine, I've heard all I need. But where you go now? How did I hear all I needed?
There's no shortage of options. I'm getting gone. You ought to do the same.
Getting gone? Okay, cool. Hello.
I'm staying here not to aggravate her again. I mean, though, we should stay with the rune powder barrel for now because it does
He hid from the hills
50 to 120 damage, so it is more likely to do something to a boss.
I mean, if you want to, I can switch it with Karlak.
I mean, Karlak wouldn't have that much power now that she's full of barrels, so I'll keep the barrel first.
No, I meant I'm gonna drop one of the barrels and take the rune powder barrel. But if you want to keep a hold of it, you can keep hold of it. Yeah.
No, I'll just keep it for now. We'll transfer it over later on.
Light on my feet.
Hand-drawn map. Okay. Already found the gunpowder. Oops. Just flat down. Did I read all of them? I don't want to read them again. There was a whole bunch of story stuff. I don't know. Yay!
Let's see what this does.
Do we have a button? A big red button.
Don't think so.
Oh,
I mean,
never
we
mind
can
then.
just move out the other way.
We can also fast travel, I guess.
Probably. Now I know why I thought we did that. We did the Maragons.
Yep.
And that was also somewhere in this general direction. Not really, but mostly.
Rough. Yeah.
Roughly.
Roughly. Somewhere. Over the rainbow. Okay, let's see. I mean, I've found... Oh no, wait, I already found it. But now I still have the pointer here, though.
Wasn't there an amulet or something like that?
Where?
On those gnomes? Gnome corpses?
No, a ring.
Find the night song, find the... Yeah. And? You got
Invisibility.
it. Yeah. Okay. Where are you now?
I'm going to where the smoke powder is so I can tell the game that I actually don't have. I already have the smoke powder.
Eh?
Huh?
Eh?
Huh? The game doesn't know that I already have the smoke powder, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe the thing is... Oh, okay, it doesn't matter. Never mind.
But it's just the smoke powder reserve, not the rune powder.
Yeah, I know. Okay, cool. Let's talk to the spiders.
Okay.
Risk.
Very well.
Hello, little spiders. Can you please go to Australia?
I speak true, brothers. You know it in your hearts.
Into the toilets.
You know it in your very souls.
We need no lol. No Spider Queen. Father Mermouth is the head of Clan Lur. He hatched us, raised us, feeds us.
What care we for his business here? He keeps us small, keeps us contained. We should be with the Spider Queen, revered, adored.
Spider Queen. Did we kill her? Pitty Poo?
Yes?
Did we kill her?
The spiders?
Spider Queen.
The Spider Queen?
Yeah?
That's a goddess. No, we can't kill her.
Okay. Then who did we kill?
We killed a Spider Queen. Face Spider Queen.
Oh, okay.
But they are talking about their goddess.
Okay.
The drow goddess.
Oh, yeah. Ah, right, Lolth. Yeah, sure.
You've read that harming spiders is illegal among Lolth's faithful, and often punishable by death.
Father Mermouth is our past. Lolth is our future.
These spiders are loyal to the local Dwergar. In the event of a fight, they will join the fray against you, with slavering enthusiasm.
Wait, the question is, are they gonna join the ones against us or for us?
Now, the status quo is they will join against us.
Okay, then we're gonna send them away. Should know that spiders are revered among Lolth faithful. Harming one of your kind is a capital crime. Mermouth, is that the guy who keeps telling everyone about his useless, hideous spiders? Okay, shall I try the deception? Maybe we get them on our side?
I mean, you should try the first one.
Yeah, okay, but then they're going away.
Santa, is it so?
I've heard the very same. Come, brothers. Follow me into her hairy embrace.
Her
Ew.
embrace. We're ready. We follow.
Yes. Now, brothers, our new dawn awaits.
Ew. Bye-bye, spiders. Oh god, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies.
Just watch out not to steal anything because there's the drow still.
Stinking snitch.
Missed.
No one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
Dude, he's got issues. Okay, well that's annoying.
Where do you want to go?
Up there.
Careful.
Up where?
Over the ledge.
We were there already.
Tempers are rising. It's clear not.
When we went to the Maragon? Ah, no.
No, behind the
That-
wall here.
Ah. Okay.
But we need a box for that. Where's the
Wait,
dude?
I can do it without a box.
Wretched thing. Pull yourself.
Okay. Then pick up all the stuff. Don't forget the thing. Stock. Stone. Stock? Stone. The laculator. Ah, God.
Which stone are you talking about? Ah, that one. Lasso.
How much further can I go?
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna kill this dude.
Which one?
Not this guy.
I don't know if that is such a good idea.
Yeah, it is.
They should all be running.
Okay. Try what you can't. Yeah.
Time for discretion.
Well, I should not have done
Oh.
that. Why did
I didn't know. Sorry.
Stinking snitch. No one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
I'm just waiting.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
Okay. Attack. Nobody's gonna notice. Nobody's gonna notice. You know? Well, that was a bit dumb. And unfortunate. He ran a bit somewhere. That was not intended.
Jimmy on the go.
Wait just a bit before you do your turn.
What?
Oh. Wait just a bit before you do your turn.
I already did my turn.
I mean,
End.
do your end your
See?
turn.
Why are you getting angry?
I'm not getting angry.
You use the wrong word and you get angry at me? I did not do the anger thing. You got the anger thing. You're jumping around like a little monkey. A little flying monkey. Or a lemur. Lemur. How do you pronounce the word? Lemur. Lemur? Lemur!
Lemur.
Lemur! That sounds wrong. That's the Baldur's Gate pronunciation, not the actual pronunciation.
No,
of the one with the...
lemur is the Baldur's Gate pronunciation. Lemur is the normal pronunciation.
Well, that sounds wrong.
I watched Madagascar. I know.
In English?
Lemur, yes.
And your
It's
turn.
Lemur.
And your turn.
No, wait. I'm still doing the dwarf.
Okay. Then kill him. You can't shoot.
But I can move closer to him.
Yeah, that's useless because I'm gonna shoot him and then he's dead.
What that?
That's a friendly looking shadow.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Ooh, arrows sent to Astarion. Ooh, that's actually mine. Never mind. Hair growing tonic. Well, I don't know if that's gonna work for him.
Very well.
Okay, so we got these guys done. There's these guys at the beginning. They're friends. They're okay. They're gonna help. We killed the Rothe doodly dudes.
Yeah, let's just get Nia out then.
Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Shouldn't we do a long rest?
Well, I still have adequate amount of spells.
I'm still standing. Na, 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 na. Okay, I think we should talk to the they're not goblins. What are they? Gnomes.
Gnomes.
It's another word.
But I think we should do that after, because they. I think we.
No.
Oh,
we need to warn them that they need to run away when they get a boom boom boom.
Mascot of my ill fortunes. Much as I'd love to chat, I'm not allowed social breaks.
That's fine. Looks like you need rescuing again. Oh right, that's Barkus. How did you get captured? You were on a quest, weren't you? Making progress? That's a bit mean. I mean, all of them are kind of mean. Looks like you need rescuing.
These brutes are no mere goblins. I doubt you could take them on.
Ah, don't just wait for it. I could, but I probably won't. It sounds like a challenge. I'll take care of your captors and I get you out of here. Okay, I'm good with that.
You will. If you are successful, that would be most convenient.
Okay, now let's talk to the sergeant again to get them out of the way.
Yes, true soul.
I've got some explosive powder that might clear the debris. A few of your clan mates are plotting to kill Nier. Hehehe.
That's so.
Good thing I didn't accidentally click that before.
Blow the drow out.
Okay, so I have the smoke powder.
Yeah, just set the smoke powder next. Not throwing, setting.
No, it's enough to throw.
No, don't throw it at the thing. Just put it next to it because
Just
it will
put it
explode
down.
on impact. It
Alexa,
will explode
Pizzian.
on impact.
It does not explode on impact. Alexa, Pizzi. Thank you. Stop. Nee. I throw it. It's smoke powder. It does not ignite from nothing. I throw it. It falls down. You have to blow it up with fire.
Yeah. Then go on.
Once they run away, that is. And before that, we need to get our guys running away because they're not gonna run away. Come on, Karlek. Stop cooking. We have to get a bit further away, I think. Otherwise, I think it's a very big area of.
I mean, you could also just put it down. That doesn't matter.
No, because the freaking gnomes walk away when you throw it at the thing, and then they go back.
Yeah, they also walk away when you put it down.
It doesn't matter. Then I don't have to move. Now, be prepared.
Okay.
Shoot the thing.
I'll just have to. It's somehow stuck in the.
What are you waiting for?
Ah, okay.
Baldur,
That
can
worked.
you hear me? Baldur!
He ran through the fire. He's on fire. Oh no.
Are you alright?
Is Nia still alive? Oh yeah, he's coming home.
Oh no. You know, it kind of sucks that we can't save her.
Worthless slaves! Your incompetence has been my ruin! does not fail.
Bye bye, Gollum.
I had but what do I want to say?
I don't know.
I believe he had another voice line for the near does not fail. I remember it differently. He said it near does not fail, but I remember it near does not fail.
Kind of crazier.
Yeah.
Maybe that depends on whether the other guys are dead or not.
No, I don't think so. Maybe they just did something to the dialogue, or I
Or
don't know.
Maybe that. I don't know.
Maybe it is just a mismemory.
Maybe it's also random.
Could be.
Okay. Stop! No more innocents will die today, Nier. I assume because we need to kill him anyway.
You care for the weak.
Or Starion disapproves!
Most curious.
I came on the Myconid sovereign's behalf. Demands revenge. Act on orders of the Absolute. Of course I care. I can't let these gnomes suffer. This isn't about them. I just can't stand your face. Oh, yeah.
And yet you came to my aid.
No, I just needed your money.
A test. Yes, you must be. The Absolute bade you to try Nir's faith.
Is he okay?
Thryn, carve out her heart and serve it to the Rothe. If she indeed is a true soul, let the Absolute save her.
The more you know. Rothes are meat eaters. You wouldn't dare. I'm faithful to the Absolute. That's your cue, Brithvar. It's time you got paid. You so much as touch me, I'll tear you from limb to limb. Okay, so he's helping us?
Yes. Damn right it's time. You owe my crew
I thought we needed to kill Nier first.
Reckonings come.
You bargained with this.
We talked so much about this and it didn't make sense.
How vexing.
Yeah, they wanted Nier out to get his coin.
The rat has given you a chance to earn my favor. Strike him down. Prove your faith.
Are you nuts? Side with Brithvar and the rebels.
Heretics. Let Nier be your end.
Karlek disapproves? Okay, excuse me, why does she disapprove? It makes no sense.
I think she just wanted to kill everyone because they are also slavers.
I mean, yes.
She can't stand the Duergars at all.
Have fun.
You just quit your concentration on that one.
Fuck. Dude!
You're still not used to D&D. I see.
No. I'm just, you know, I keep forgetting things. Okay?
Yes, you do.
Shut up. Dude, I also keep forgetting that I take one potion and the other potion nulls the effect of the other potion, so it's just kind of, a whole thing. There's an ad coming, so I really need to go to the bathroom right now, so gonna do that. I'm gonna end my turn though. Though Astarion is gonna be next, so yeah.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Oh, stupid backlash. I'm very slowly approaching the table.
Yeah, try not to fall
Hello.
again.
I did not hit myself anywhere. But my light keeps popping out. Freaking wobbly button. Slider, not button. Hey, Astarion, what the fuck happened to you?
Was hit by an arrow. And it
In
has
the knee?
been moaning the entire time, so...
Please
Yeah.
save us. Okay. Ensnared. Well, I don't have any advantage, I guess, but
Just shoot normally with him.
don't shoot don't shoot the freaking gnomes. Okay. Beep. Oh, there's a stretch. Right. Good job, Astarion. He's right in front of you. It should not be that difficult to shoot him. What the fuck? Did he just kill one of the green guys?
No, but yes, we'll be dead soon. Pretty much doesn't matter because we will kill them either way.
All right.
But I mean, the more they kill, the less we have to do later.
True. Okay. I was worried it might be a freaking gnome. Stretch them swole arms. Super swole. I just dangled myself from the pull-up bar, and my my shoulders cracked. Both of them just. Tini, may I ask you, how did you choose your degree in university? Fun story. Fun story. So, it was grade 10, I think. I went to, there was a presentation of a continuing school. They had a video that they showed that they both recorded and edited and everything. And I thought, hey, you know what I want to do later on? I want to be an editor. And so I looked up universities for editing, or that teach editing, you know, and film making and everything. Found one in Cologne, a private one, which cost 1,000, I think 700 per semester, I think. And it was 7 semesters, I think. Way too expensive, couldn't afford it, so that was out of the question. Dude, are you also one of the bad guys? I don't know. Yes.
Punch the red, spare the green.
Die Guten ins Töpfchen, die Schlechten ins Kröpfchen. Yeah, so I knew, I kind of thought, okay, I want to do editing, basically. And then I looked for schools, looked at in other countries, was too expensive. Hungary, too expensive. Looked in Germany, found media computer science. Has editing, has other stuff, has programming. I thought, hey, programming sounds fun. Because our older brother had programmed, you know, a little picture of a beer can holder or whatever, where you click on it and the CD drive comes out. The CD, what is it called in English? CD drive? CD reader? Whatever. The thing opened up, you know? It was just a joke. I thought, hey, that sounds like fun. Let's do that. It was not the best choice, but in the end, I'm very happy with it because it gave me a lot of different areas, which, you know, with now that I know that I have ADHD, it makes sense. But I was always struggling with deciding what I wanted to do with my life. Because I just thought, hey, this sounds like fun. I want to do this until the end of my life. And then a month later, I was, oh, this is the best thing ever. I want to become a ballerina. And all kinds of bullshit thoughts. So, you know, media computer science was basically the perfect solution for my problems. And also that university in particular that we both went to, my younger brother here, you know, and I, was also, in addition to, you know, media computer science being available, is also more practical than other universities with that teach media computer science. So it was a good choice because I was not a you know, exam writer person because I can't learn for exams. So you know, doing projects as a grade giver and projects, you know, it doesn't give you a lot of free time, but it is much more fun than writing stupid exams with stupid stuff. That's basically it. Killing near, killing far.
Maybe kill the ones as a lava. No. Kill that one first.
Which one?
Besides Kardec.
Yeah.
Or the one raining arrows from the top. At the ladder.
I'm not sure if I can hit them 40%. Well, that was some fun.
That worked.
At least he's got a disadvantage now.
And he ensnared the Starion again.
Oh, asshole.
They all just target Astarion. The two Mind Masters before hypnotized him.
Oh, that's why he was kind of aware of
Enemy. Yeah.
Yeah, I was missing
killed
that
one,
because
the other took possession of him again. Then that one was killed. And snare.
Oh,
and so
dead.
on. Yeah.
Thod. What a good name. With a little thing like that. Okay. I'm currently waiting for the process of selection to start, but I think I have some chances to get in some degrees I'm interested. Okay. So, okay, so you applied to school, you didn't apply for an actual field? Is that it? Hey, that's a step in the swole direction. Yeah. Hanging, dangling. I looked it up. It's actually how you're supposed to do it. Pull-ups, first comes dangling, then weird shoulder spasming or whatever the fuck while thinking, you know, rolling your shoulders or whatever while dangling. And then at some point you're gonna pull up. I looked it up because I had no idea. And I was just kind of, okay, I don't know how to do this. I guess this was wasted money. Again. Yeah, I need to start dangling too. Also, it's the weirdest thing. I'm going to go exercise. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna dangle from the pull-up bar. Yeah, you gotta stick with it. Yeah, it's just difficult, I guess. You know, like usual, everything's difficult. Hello, my dude. Whack him with the stick. Bonk. Well, that didn't help. I'm thinking what degree I should choose. I'm considering meteorology, material engineering, mathematics, or philosophy. Well, you know, while philosophy sounds like a fun, you know, thing to study, I don't think you're gonna be very happy with your work options. Personally, I think you should also look into what the options of working are afterwards. Mathematicians can end up in a lot of places, also programming. I had one colleague who had studied mathematics and became a programmer. So you can do all kinds of things. Philosophy, I don't really know where you can end up with, but I honestly don't know. You know, maybe there is a lot of things that you can do. You know, that is also one thing. Our sister-in-law, right? She was studying, what was she studying? Archaeology?
Archaeology or something
Archaeology.
like
I was asking her, what can you do with that degree afterwards when you're finished? Because I was honestly interested in what she could work in, because my only thought was, okay, Jurassic Park, you know, digging out things and whatever. That was the only thing I knew for, you know, not Jurassic Park, that was just a joke. But I didn't know anything else. You know, maybe in a museum or something. But she took offense to that. She just kind of went back, what can you do with your degree? Well, a lot of things. We can become programmers, we can become project managers, we can become software developers. What did I say? Programmers, software developers is the same thing. We can become filmmakers and in all the different areas or whatever. What can you do with archaeology? I'm not making fun of you. I'm asking. Same with philosophy. I have no idea. Maybe there's a lot of jobs that you can do with archaeology. I just don't know, you know? Don't burn, please.
Just take a peek.
I need to bite someone. As in Saurian, I mean. Oh, there's somebody! What the heck?
Invisibility.
Also. I don't know how it works in the country you're living, but I believe you can get jobs as a programmer without a degree as long as you're qualified. Yeah, you just need to know what you're gonna do, but, you know, if you want to become a programmer. Don't want to go to school for programming because I don't want to deal with all of the exams and intense studying again. Yeah, I can kind of feel that. I've been doing self-studying for 2 years and I feel like it's going good and it's on my own. Yeah, it's you know, you just have to show them that you can do it. Obviously your pay is gonna depend on whatever,
brimming with potent magic.
Get the head time.
Jack catches your eye. A lantern, it seems.
It's a lantern.
No light flickers within.
Broken trash. It's just full of dust.
Pixie dust. What happened to the picture? It's broken.
It's not broken with me.
Yeah. It's very broken for me.
Do you see the dialogue options?
That yes. I just don't see anything else in the background.
Oh
It's
yeah,
brown.
okay. Yeah, just let's go through the dialogue, I guess.
Oh,
and the slaves, what about them? Or what
Oh wait, no,
happened to them?
I'm inspecting the lantern. Wait a second.
Yeah, then do the inspecting later.
I can't.
What do you mean you you can't?
Because she's already inspecting it.
Used to illuminate a lamp. Or
Huh? Which lantern?
The moonlight lantern.
Did you loot Nia already?
Yes, of course I did.
Why?
Because I can.
And then watch the dialogue now.
I need to unencumber myself, otherwise we're gonna have issues later on.
Yes. Maybe you shouldn't carry so much stuff.
I gave you something.
Okay.
Oh dear lord, yeah, I wanted to sell it, but we forgot to go to the freaking doodly dude who's actually buying stuff.
You mean vendor?
Yes. Exactly.
Or trader?
Doodly dude.
Oh my.
Better now that I'm returned, Drow.
God, time I scrammed before more pricks from Moonrise Towers move in.
Maybe do the looting later.
And the slaves, what about them? What makes Moonrise Towers such a threat? Leave and take the slaves with you before I change my mind. No. Okay, I wonder if we choose 2 if number 1 comes unavailable.
Don't think so.
Let's I mean, the 1 is gonna aggravate them probably. Let's go with
necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. It's just a question. So a question normally doesn't cause anything.
Okay, ask him.
Clan property. They come with us.
Yeah, well, our response to it will gonna be causing issues. Good idea. They're a valuable asset. Understood. I won't interfere. Let the gnomes go. They'll just slow you down. Set them free, or we'll trash you like trashed near. Well, we did, I guess. I mean, you've got both 6, so maybe let the gnomes go. They'll slow you down.
You. Also a 10.
Yay!
Ooh.
You're lucky than I am.
Not lucky, I have dice skills.
Yay.
You got a
So
point.
disapproves.
Likely to be all hobbled up, what with the lashings.
Hobbled up.
Karlek approves, Astarion disapproves.
You're off the hook.
But I guess
Scram before I get my
he only
senses.
disapproves with me, so that won't change his mind about you.
I hope.
Leave and take. What makes Moonrise Towers such a threat?
Yeah.
Your brain going mushy, Shark. That's where those absolute freaks hole up. Goblins, drow, gnolls, even humans. Ain't no one they
Hey
won't fight a
Phil!
turn.
How you doing?
The way I hear tell, some prick there calls the shots. The general near called him. And
General.
there ain't
Oh,
no
General
way I'm
Thorm.
sticking around long enough to meet him.
Catherick Thorm. Wow. You know what?
Yeah, I'll just leave.
Yeah. Don't tell him to leave with the things.
I mean,
So we're not gonna kill them?
we could just throw them into the lava.
But then we can't loot them.
I'm your husband. It's my job. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I mean, we couldn't just kill them. I mean, let's do that.
But wait, then we need to heal first. Oh, bitch, wrong one.
I mean, just oh no, we don't have any short rests. Oh, doesn't matter.
Yeah, and we can't long rest, otherwise we're gonna have issues.
So
there.
wait, where's the berserker one? There he is. Throughout. I'll just hit him hard. Right down the middle. Okay.
Split him apart.
Did that miss?
Trust no one. Just be quick.
They did not appreciate that.
Attack. That missed. That was a 90% chance. Well.
Why do I not have advantage anymore? Asshole.
Sometimes the only way out is
Okay.
I mean, you could shove them there, then it would still be reachable to get them. Astarion, for example, could shove him because then you could go down there and claim it. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can't shove anybody anymore. I am unshovable.
All of them.
What did you just say? They're all dying for me? No, wait. What did she say? I don't know. It doesn't log, unfortunately. That would be so good if the dialogue would actually log as well. Okay, wait. Yeah, as long as it's for backend development and for startups, then I think... I mean, I don't know about if it has to be startups, honestly. Then I think that is true, especially when I have autism. If I have to apply a big corporation interviews, they will probably sense my autism and then reject my application. With autism, you have kind of a, I mean, depending on the severity, the severity or whatever, you can also apply for, you know, disability, and then you have kind of a, you are the quota disabled person. But it also has set bad sides, I guess. I don't know. It depends.
I just find it so funny that you can't play and talk at the same time.
I did. I just used Karlach.
Yeah, but you are either talking or playing. You can't just you're.
No, I'm good with fights. I just can't, you know, dialogue at the same time. I'll dangle too, and we both are gonna get swole. Yes, possibly. With the archaeology, can't fucking talk. How do I get the? Papa people poo, papa people poo, papa people poo, papa people poo, papa people poo. Asshole.
No choice.
Oh, I didn't shove him. Oopsie. I forgot again.
Need to find a way forward.
Matter that much.
With the archaeology, you can become Indiana Jones. Yeah, that was also one of my thoughts, but she did not seem like the Indiana Jones type. So I did an exam approximately 1 month ago. It was a national exam to get public universities. They gonna start the selection process. Oh, they're fucking burning. Gonna start the selection process in January, and the students have to choose the university and the degree they want, and if at the end of the selection program they got enough points on the exam. Wow, that is a weird way of dealing with that. You get in and there are enough vacancies you're in. If at the end you applied for uni and didn't have enough of the grades to get in, you're not accepted. That's so interesting. That sounds so cool and also very scary, I guess. It's very odd.
What's it gonna take?
For fuck's sake. I never studied programming or got a degree in it. I actually did my degree in games design and accidentally became a programmer while on the job. Yeah, that does happen apparently sometimes. It's also quite often heard, you know, it was only supposed to be temporary, like with me, but instead, you know, it's I've been now a programmer for whatever time. Full-time automation engineer doing programming. I mean, if it works for you, you know, that's cool. Oh, that I did not mean to do that. What are you doing?
Hitting the guy.
Oh, why is he still alive?
Still breathing.
Because he has health points left. What kind of question is that? What do you think why he's still alive? Because he isn't dead yet.
I know! Dear God!
Yeah, I killed a whole bunch of different guys.
I didn't. Okay, he was in the pot. I did not see him. He looked like he was living in there or something.
What? Which pot?
The lava pot here, the big pot of torches.
All right.
Okay, wait. Hello, Holberg, how are you doing? Okay, so wait. 90% chance sounds like an XCOM miss to me. Never played that before, so I don't know what that means.
So sorry.
Okay, since we're on an ad, let's talk to the guys, I guess. Why is Astarion encumbered? What the fuck did you pick up?
I didn't pick up anything. I sent it to Karlak.
I'm talking to Astarion.
Huh.
I can't send gold to camp. Okay, I'm gonna send you some wine. You can send it to camp. It was enough.
Father, they will die for you.
Father, they will die for you. What the hell? Okay, Beldron?
Beldron! I was so worried.
Lunkbug.
Didn't it hurt you?
No, I'm
Oh, right, they're married, right.
Did the
I remember.
sergeant hurt you?
Oh, who cares? We're together now, thank Iron Hand.
Aw, sweet.
Gold.
We ought to thank someone a little closer by, I think.
We just helped a married couple to be together again, and you're in the background just gold, gold, gold.
Help us. You're one of
Yeah,
them,
you
aren't you?
didn't loot near while we still had to care for other people.
Yes.
So we're hypocrite much.
Yeah, but you know,
There's the devil for my
there's a time for looting, and then there's a time for talking to people. You know, while you're talking to people, you don't loot. While you're fighting people, you do loot.
Please don't walk into the lava. Please don't walk into the lava.
Where are you walking into the lava? Ed is over, yeah. Okay, so hi, I'm doing okay. Thank you very much. My autism isn't so severe since it's level 1, the high functioning version. Okay, well then, yeah, no. Okay, mask that shit. You're good at masking that shit. It's fine. Nobody notices. Nobody notices. And after 2-3 years, or you know, 1 to 2 years,
I'll go to the
nobody's
toilet
gonna
real quick.
care. Sorry?
I'm going to the bathroom real
Okay.
quick.
Okay. Nobody is gonna notice anyway. You think they might notice, they don't notice. Even if you're weird, as a developer, people are weird. It's part of the job. We're weird people. I've not met any developer who hasn't some sort of weirdness to them. So, you know, you're fine. Corporate, whatever, you know. You do your job, they don't care. They honestly don't care. I think after 6 years, I told my manager, who was only manager for a short while, that I actually had depression. I don't entirely remember why I did that. I just kind of asked if we could have a meeting, and then I just told her. I think there was a reason, I just don't remember why. And then I told her about the depression and everything. At that point, I didn't know I had ADHD. And she asked me how she could, support me with that, actually, which was really cool. You know, she was a very, very, she is. I still have kind of contact with her. I am still kind of in contact with her, but you know, I don't work with her anymore. But she was a very good manager, very hearty, loving manager, but not made for a manager position. She's not, you know, you got to be a bit more steely for manager positions, I think. She didn't have that, so she would have hurt herself in the process, I think. But yeah, if you get a good manager, at some point you can open up to them about your whatever you're struggling with, you know, and asking for maybe support with your, you know, since you also have ADHD, but also your autism, just if you need some sort of accommodations and whatnot, you know, sometimes some things help better than regular neurotypical people. Otherwise, you know, in interviews, I would probably not advise to be open about that sort of thing, because people don't deal well with too much openness, I noticed. You know, me talking about, you know, I am freaking nervous about job interviews. They could not deal with that, apparently. You know. Personally, I would think if somebody's scared of job interviews, I would let them do a practical test or something to determine whether they are good for the job or not. Having them recount things and explain things and quiz them is not going to work out if they're terrified of the freaking job interview. So, you know, you're going to have failures, you're going to have good times and more failures. And that's totally normal. It's part of the thing. Whether it's corporate or, you know, bigger company, smaller company, startup. They can all be like that. You know, it's a trial and error thing.
I'm back, by the way.
Oh, welcome back. Sorry. Oh, I didn't notice. So no, not really sorry, because I didn't know.
I didn't say anything, so I just wanted to wait you stop talking.
Okay. But I didn't.
But you didn't, so.
Yeah. Okay. Quickly. It doesn't work for me. It sucks, but it pays the bills. Kind of feel that, yes. There is never a time for talking to people. It's always loot goblin time. Yes, but these aren't goblins. They're Droiger. Can confirm. Am developer. Am weird. The math checks out. There we go. I have to deal with ageism. What is ageism? Ageism. Ageism? Is that ageism? 2. I'm sure since being junior in mid-30s plus won't be an advantage. I don't think so. If you're employed as a junior, then you're employed as a junior. Whatever your job was beforehand or what your training was doesn't really matter, as long as you show the initiative to want to learn. You know, that is a struggle that people have if they don't, you know, if they keep learning or being taught the same thing again and again and again, they ask the same things again and again and again, and it never ends. That is where people will kind of pull the plug and just kind of say, well, sorry, we can't keep you here. Your age does not matter. Your experience and your willingness to learn and your learning abilities, those are the things that count. Because we had one person who was employed as a tester. He would always keep asking the same things, and also it kind of didn't work out. You know, I didn't even know his age, honestly. So, you know, doesn't really matter. And I mean, I don't, you know, I don't look like 20 anymore. I know that, but, you know, I don't think people can tell whether I'm 25 or 35. Maybe, from just looking at me.
1 or 2 years ago, I was still asked for my passport for alcohol.
Once a long time ago, I was also asked. And then, oh no, you know, what was the worst horror? When I was I was paying for my groceries, and behind me was a mother with a child, and the mother said, say thank you to the auntie. And I thought, oh my God. Now I have reached the old age of being an auntie.
Does someone say that in German? Because
Tante. Ich glaub, es war Tante. Or something like that. I don't know if there. I don't 100%. I just know that I remembered it as you know, the auntie.
Because I wouldn't say to my kid, sag danke zu der Tante. That sounds kind of rude.
Wait, Tante Inge? You would say Tante to people.
But you say Tante to people if you know them, but not if you just meet them at a grocery and say hi to the sag danke zu der Tante. Tante ist dann die unhöflich. Aunt is, in this case, aunt is not friendly.
I don't know. Maybe, but it didn't sound rude. You know.
Tante is in this case a dismissive term for woman.
No, okay, maybe. Anyway, the translation would end up with auntie. It was not. It
would not be rude if she said lady, dame.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember 100% what the word was. I just know that I wrote it down as auntie because it kept I was stuck in my mind, and I kind of thought, oh my god, I'm old. And I don't know. I wrote it down somewhere. I'm gonna look for it, but I think it was I wrote it down in English, and it was auntie. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It was not meant in a bad way. It didn't sound bad and whatnot. But you know, it was just a bit. Yeah, and I was 27 at the time. I think the mother might have been younger than me, actually. So, you know, she looked a bit baby-faced.
By the way, what did you send me to send to the camp?
Wine.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, Agent, in the interview they say, based on... Wait. Is that actual interviews you had, or because that nobody tells you you're bald in an interview? Based on how bold you are getting, we must unfortunately cancel the interview since in our team we have a lot of brain rot lingo. So when our Sigma Alpha will smell the Ohio, the what now? In you, then you just have to skibbity out of the job position. Dude, I think you're not aware how many close to pension people there are in software development. It's not a job where only young people work. It is a job where all age classes work. I think there's only one guy in my current company who's I think 5 years younger than I am, or is he even? I don't know. I think maybe.
Other thing would be if that was a direct quote, then who the hell in their right mind talks like that?
I mean, you know, Riz. What does it say? Riz. Pretty sure you won't Riz us up. Stay here. No cap. I don't even know what that means. That is the freaking teen words, the Riz and cap and side eye.
I know what Riz is. I don't know what no cap means. I unfortunately know what
I would think no
is.
capital letters. That would be what I think of. No capital letters. Why ever? It doesn't make sense. What is skibbity?
It has to do something with a meme, and I don't want to include that here because it is so dumb and skippable that you don't need to know, and you're glad if you don't.
Oh, the toilet thing, that's kind of creepy.
Yes, the toilet thing, that is kind of creepy. And
there's a Playmobil toilet with a Playmobil head in it.
There's also a skin for Fortnite.
Yeah, but why? What is the point of this thing?
Because it is dumb. That's the point. And so somehow I don't get it either. I just have to suffer through it.
I think I reached the point where I think I'm old.
That is not my generation anymore. My friends use that jokingly at best. At worst. That's what I wanted to say. At worst, not at best. At best, they don't use it at all. But again, who in their right mind would use that in a normal conversation, or rather a formal conversation?
I mean, it kind of reminds me of, the weird car llama thing, but in even dumber.
Carl Llama? What?
Yeah, Carl.
Yeah. Okay. That's already very old.
Thank you for calling me old.
No, I meant that.
It's even past my fucking age. So even I skip past that for whatever reason.
Okay.
I don't know if it's because of my age or just because I missed it for some reason because we grew up in a freaking village with no people. But I did not know of that until I was already old. So, you know, I remember Carl Lam. Okay, wait a second. It stings when I get called sir. Dude, oh my god. One time, a guy that was 1 year younger than me, okay? I know because he was the brother of a dude that was, no, actually, wait, no, it was a cousin of a dude that was with me in kindergarten. He didn't remember me apparently because he called me he used the honorific Z instead of you, the du in German. It doesn't make sense if you don't know what I mean, what I'm talking about. But you know, he was basically calling me what is the equivalent for woman, sir, lady, whatever.
Lady. Miss.
Miss, yeah. And that was just kind of, holy crap, oh lord, why do I look so old that he would fucking zeets me? Oh my god. Mama! Yes, mama. Mama is the equivalent of sir for women. Good. Yes. Call me mama. My baby girl just joined me on my desk for some gaming. I've posted a pic on the Discord. I'll check it out after stream. It's a kitty. A kitty. It's adorable. Thank you for sharing in the Discord. No cap means no lie. Cap means to lie. Why?
Don't ask, please. You don't ask. The reasoning for every bit of youth language, I don't want to call it that because I still consider myself relatively young, but
I'm sorry you're not a youth anymore.
The reason you
Tell
never
me why
ask the
I
reason
need
for
another
something like that.
translation.
Because it will be some honest to God bullshit.
But what is the other one? On God? Yeah, instead of OMG, it's ONG, and it's on God.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, don't want to know why.
I don't know. The point is we are getting dumber as a race of beings. I don't know. I think probably people back in the days also thought of us that way.
Probably.
I mean, every generation has their own lingo. I kind of felt like our generation started with cool in Germany. Or my generation, your different generation. And it was just kind of only some people called it cool. Yeah. If anyone is speaking like that in a formal professional setting, they should be ashamed of themselves. Honestly, I would be ashamed of themselves and I just go right out there. Okay, please don't contact me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. It was a typo. Yeah, you don't want to call me mama? Okay, good. I'll remember that. From a military background, sir and ma'am are just terms of respect for anyone, regardless of their age. But you don't say ma'am to a 16, 15-year-old, do you? As I
No,
wouldn't.
that would be miss.
Yeah, I don't know. Or you wouldn't say sir to a 15-year-old either. Once when I was helping out teaching our visual effects at a university, I was called sir by the university students. I mean, they did do that for us in university too. It was back and forth. They wouldn't be they would be formal with us. I felt like I was a king of all the universities when he said that in front of the whole class. Did they? What?
Thing is, in English-speaking countries, it would be you either way.
Yeah.
So
that's why.
no...
I mean, if you watch American shows in German, it's very odd because oftentimes they use formal language in German.
Where it's not supposed to be.
In English, it doesn't sound like they're formal with each other. I mean, they use the last name sometimes. I mean, for example, with Bones, the TV show Bones.
Yeah.
They in the German version, they kept saying Z, and it just, if you listen to the English version, it doesn't sound formal. They use the last name. Maybe that's why they translated it to a formal language, but it's just, it's very informal how they talk to each other. So it doesn't make sense. I don't know. It's very off-putting, honestly. But I mean, I know that the confusion is English does not have formal markers except for sir and ma'am. But in normal, everyday sentences, you don't have those. You just say you, or she, or her, or he, or whatever. So unlike German, Hungarian, Japanese, we all have our own ways of being more strict with those things. Also, some people get pissed if you are informal with them.
Yes. Dialogue.
Yeah, wait a second. Just very quickly. On God. That like saying I swear on God. But it sounds stupid. I used to say stupid things and thought I was cool. Yeah, I think we all did. We used to call anything that is a lie or bullcrap sopa. What does that mean? I used to call everyone fool or foo. Foo and bar is used in programming as a placeholder. I thought it was cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people used very strange words sometimes to sound cool. I also exclaimed that I wasn't human because I thought, humans annoy me, so I must not be human. I was a dumb child, okay? I'm sorry. A teen, sorry. I was already older. Yeah, you do, sir, ma'am, are terms like I'm at your service, etc. And you're trained not to treat people differently just for their age. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds reasonable, I guess. Okay, thank Tulla. She's the one who set me on your trail. Oh, right. Thulla was the one that got hurt, right?
Yeah, the one with the boots, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Glittering gods. I should have known that one was too damn stubborn to die. Here. The Iron Hand gnomes honor their debts. With Walburn gone, that falls to me.
He's not dead, though.
Make it quick.
Spoiler.
We need to find Walburn. Now.
You're a little late, Barkus, my lad. He's already been sent to Moonrise Towers. We were just slave hands to the cult, but not Walburn. He knows things. Things they want to know, too.
And yet they didn't make him into a true soul. They just kind of tossed him into the pit. Before you ask, no, I'm not going to stage a rescue again. Oh, for Walburn, yeah. Whatever the cult wants, I want the opposite. We need to free your friends. This is no time to be coy. What is it that Wilburn knows? I also like to know things. Start talking. Okay. Hope for the best. Keep your fingers crossed and pressed. Oh, yee!
You'll call me mad, but fine. Walbrun's found the formula for rune powder.
His mouth is not moving.
What?
Yeah.
The explosive of
Now it
Gaedel
is.
Ironhand's own creation. Fistfuls, wiping out armies. All those old stories. Only Walbrun couldn't leave the stories be, so he went and bloody found it. A small supply tucked away down here with a manuscript. He just made sense of the formula when the cult jumped us, so he burned the damn thing. If there's a single copy left, it's sitting in his head.
Burned it? He could have eaten it.
Absolutists pull it out and make rune
I guess
powder.
burning
Yeah,
it
what
doesn't
would
feel-
what would that do?
Nothing. I don't know. It just sounded better in my brain. We just have to free him first. How long do you think he can hold out? I don't plan on being anywhere or nearby when they do. If it's truly that powerful, then we can't let the cult have it. How long do you think he can hold
Not
out?
long enough. My people can barely stand, and we have business back in the city. That business is what sent us after the powder to begin with. Now, we'll have to make other arrangements.
And just like that, you'd leave Walburn behind. I knew you lot were foolish, but I didn't know you were cruel.
If you knew half as much as you think, my lad, Walburn might have kept you around.
Yeah, Wilburn was a bit of a dick. Enough bickering won't save your friend. You're just abandoning your leader? That's cold. Run away then. I have my own business to be about. If my path takes me to Woundrise, I'll see about freeing Wilburn myself. I don't know if Astarion is gonna like that.
He'd admire
Never
your
mind, he doesn't
resolve
care.
And your optimism. My people will find somewhere to regroup across the lake, then onto the city. If you find yourself in Baldur's Gate, seek us out. We'll raise a glass to Walburn together.
How do they get there if all you need to do is go past through the Shadowlands? How do they get to the city?
I'm your husband.
Maybe they go around it. I don't know.
Need to find a way forward.
Well, weird.
Could you give Karlak over to me? I would like to re-equip a bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Placeholder, she says. Fu and Bar are just live variable names along with thing, who knows, shouldn't work, etc. Dude, if you actually do that, you're insane. I'm sorry to tell you, but that sounds crazy. Hey Jax, how you doing? Thank you so much for the read. What have you been up to?
Please, no. None. It can't be.
Nina and Wiki, did
Are
they
you trying to burn yourself?
suffer?
Ah, damn the clip.
They're at peace now. Praise Ironhand.
It could have been you. I can't bear to think about it.
You don't need to. We're together. That's what matters.
Breaking. Stupid thing. I did not understand how that worked now. It was looking weird. Jax was pushing cardboard drugs.
No.
Okay. That sounds about right. Card game shop simulator.
Wait.
Oh.
Is that a bruise there?
And the cards are the drugs?
It's nothing, I swear.
Because you kind of get addicted to them?
It's my job. I wouldn't have it
The-
any other way. Not right.
Yeah? Oh, okay. Okay. I've seen it in different channels. Is it so much fun that people play it so much? Don't go into the... Don't jump into the lava. Okay.
I already searched the one in the lava.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's when you said don't jump into the lava. Okay, cool. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
So sorry.
I mean, yeah, some people buy 20 packs for over 100 euro. Okay, wait, what? What?
Yeah, that sounds
Are you talking
right.
about real cards now?
Sounds like it.
In-game. Wait a second, do you actually have... I'm confused now. Do you actually have cards that you buy in-game for the game? With real money? Or is it just, you know, game money? Real money? No real money? Or no real money? Is there a break in between? Just, okay, just in-game shenanigans. Dude, dear lord! You... game money in game, okay, good. I mean, maybe it's game money in real life, who knows, whatever. It's just in euros, okay. Oh, dear lord.
Although trading card games are expensive.
Not for communal use,
that's
it
true.
seems.
Oh my god, fuck off, you little
Some
gnome.
more cunning.
Let me
What did you-
loot.
What?
I just
What
wanted
did
to
you
loot the
do?
dead person. There's nothing in the dead person, so why? God dang it. Can we actually go through here? It looks like the door might open. Actually, never mind. It opens to nothingness. Okay. What your brother said? What did my brother say? What did you say?
Card games are expensive.
I mean, yeah, I know. I've seen what our father paid for your Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Roughly.
Yeah, and that
Partially.
was years ago.
Years ago, he bought a fucking gigantic box full of booster cards. I don't even know why and how he got those booster packs, but he got them for cheaper somewhere.
No, but that was good. But
Did he actually end up giving you all of them, or is there somewhere in the house where he hid them?
Maybe, but I think he emptied out the. He hid them in his office drawer, and someday I just went through his office drawers and found some left cards, and told him that there were still Yu-Gi-Oh cards in that drawer, and he was, oh, really? Didn't know that.
I wonder if is there actually anything still in the cupboard that always had our Christmas presents?
The cupboard isn't there anymore, so no.
Where the little growing boxes on top of it.
Is that a bruise there?
Oh, that.
Stop fussing. It's nothing.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know that. Because my presents were kept in the other cupboard.
Which cupboard?
The one that was beneath the regal.
Shelf? Which shelf? Our house had so many shelves. What the fuck?
Down in the in our father's office.
Yeah.
Besides the with the growing thingy magic on it was another cupboard with movable doors. So not open the doors, but shovey doors. I don't know how
Shovey
to
doors. Door.
Shovable doors. And that one was some time ago discarded when when
Flood
it was
came.
underwater.
Yeah.
And there were my presents.
I hope they
for
were
that.
gone by the time the flood came.
Yes, they were. So yeah, but the other one I didn't dare look. Probably all.
You know,
much...
at some point they actually hid the the presents in the bedroom, but because we kept finding them, they moved them to a different one.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I thought that might have been before your time. I don't know.
No, I also looked there. Sometime I found it, and then somehow they found out I found. So yeah, they moved it.
They weren't
they didn't move it well enough.
Too aware of things going on around them. So you know, it probably took a while for them to realize.
Probably.
I have a real life card addiction. I'd happily spend €100 on 20 packs of some sets of cards. I have a problem. While I was taking the meds that kind of made, you know, addiction a bit more likely, I almost went into a whole rabbit hole of Pokemon cards again back then. I do have Pokemon cards a lot, but not that much. And also don't spend that much on them. Some Pokemon cards are worth £100,000 plus. Yeah, but I don't think the ones that I actually have. Also, mine aren't in the state. But yeah, I mean, you could potentially, you know, it's kind of gambly making money, but you could potentially make money with it, but also it's gambling. So, yeah. The most expensive card at the moment is Black Lotus from Magic the Gathering. Black Lotus, that sounds interesting. What does it do though? Current price is 18,000.
I mean, there was also the One Ring that sold for some millions, I guess. Or
the One Ring?
The One Ring. It was a Magic the Gathering does a lot of crossovers. So that was the Lord of the Rings crossover, and there is the card The One Ring, but there was a special version of it that was literally the One Ring, and I guess some celebrity found it and or bought it for some 100,000, and it is currently worth some millions.
I have something to ask.
Interesting.
The true soul, the battle, too many distractions. There is still truth to uncover. Well, let's see what you've got.
So I'm going to do.
Imagine you pull one of them, you probably get a heart attack or something. Just kind of holy fuck, dummte Scheiße. I wonder what that feels like, though. Just kind of... Whoop! I'm only addicted to League of Legends. I'm 10 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days clean. Dude, I think League of Legends is one of the dirtiest drugs, probably, because the community either is very cool or very toxic, from what I've heard. You know, no first-hand thing, just hearsay. Objection. But, you know. It's what it is, I guess. Good job on not playing it for 10 months, I guess. Almost 4 months. Yeah. So how is the game, that trading card shop, TCG card shop simulator? What is it? Trading card game card shop.
Because people are dumb at naming things.
Fair. I also suck at naming things. Oh dear lord. The weird names. I mean, we're back at freaking naming things like, you know, this surely doesn't work as a variable name. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's bad. Temp. Temp folder. Properly temp folder.
That's all.
Really delete this folder. Final version. You are you leveling up, Karlak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Should we kill the other Dragar?
The walls are deep now.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta save our piss pot, dude.
Yeah. I will do that in a jiffy.
You. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah.
So...
I bought some games again. It's bad. As if I didn't have already a big backlog of games. It
Tell
just
me
grew
about
again.
it.
Freaking. Also, I mean, it's also. You know, I don't like having digital games, but it's not even possible to have physical games anymore. But I'm so worried that at some point, freaking Steam decides, okay, no, we gotta pull half of the games that you own, and you can't access them anymore, obviously, because you only bought the access to the game and not actually the game itself. So that kind of sucks. I mean, but also, you know, back when I still had bought the CD for Skyrim, there was a CD to install, and then you needed a Steam key after all, or something like that. No, it was actually just a case for Steam key. I don't know if there was a CD in it. Maybe. I don't know. True, most discs are little more than keys to download the game on Steam, etc. these days. I don't know if you can even buy any CDs anymore. I did... Maybe I should check again in the shop, because I usually only see... I don't know. But most of them had Steam keys in them. When I bought, for example, Morrowind, it was a Steam key.
Mm.
And then it's just a freaking case with a key in it. So stupid.
Let's find the bespoke fellow. Also, you left Astarion.
Oh, oops. I think he's moving, right?
Oh, the all of the other Duergar are still friendly.
Yeah. They don't care that we killed everybody.
Time we gotta move on.
Wait, Astarion is on his way. Thanks. Yeah, that many months has been hard. League of Legends helps me forget and not deal with emotions. I mean, yeah, that's games. That's games in general. You just kind of escape into a different world and good luck. Okay. Do you want to keep Kalek or should I keep her? Use her?
I would keep her.
Okay.
I also increased her armor class by 2.
Yay.
Due to leveling.
Okay. Okay.
She's not as wise anymore, but she is therefore more dexterous.
Yeah, let Astarion stab them.
Maybe just talk to them too. And then kill them.
Anything to that
intestines throb.
Why do you want to talk to them? That sounds like a whole bunch of nonsense.
Stick shit! Piss pot. You flirt. Now jump to it. Or it's up to the lift and straight to the shadows.
I'm not stabbing anyone.
Now that's
Yes, we
how
are.
you motivate the starve.
Heard you cause the ruckus, but I'm keeping my butt planted.
Starry, you stood behind him just now. Why are you in front of him? Your captive is most entertaining. How might I get one of my own? You disgust me, slaver. I guess let's go with that. Karlek is not gonna like it, but she's not in my team, so maybe she's gonna ignore me.
You just
Never mind.
They're swarming the place.
She does not approve.
Squirm a bit. Maybe give you some lip. All it takes is a stiff crop to get them in line.
Okay, I don't like your attitude. You're quite the blowhard. I can appreciate that. No, I don't. I don't like your attitude.
I don't like pig shit, but damned if your mouth ain't spewing it. You want respect? Let your absolute pay for it. Till then, bugger off.
How about I cut out your tongue?
Stick shit. Where's my drink? Coming right up, piss pot. Stick shit. Talks like smug. And
Is he gonna poison them?
and then shagged it.
Here's to smug. Nasty prick.
Wait, didn't he pour poison in there though? I thought he did.
Apparently not.
Okay. Stabby stab!
You attacked someone.
I
Only the
attacked
guards
someone.
were
How
allowed to do
dare
that,
I?
As this one is about to demonstrate.
No, I'm not gonna talk my way out of it. Just stab him. Stabby stab! Yeah, games are great for ignoring the world. Stab. Stab. That did not work. Pass. Don't kill him! Athletics failed. Shame on you! Oops, I killed his corpse.
Shit! You did it!
Shit!
What now?
Go find somewhere to hide, wait for things to cool down. Take the lift to the surface. Baldur is taking the others across the lake, wait for them there. The others are free, meet them at the dig site. Yeah, you could go there.
Free! Glory to Iron Hand! I'll join the others. Won't be needing this poison now that
Thanks.
you've offed the pricks. Bet you'll find it handy, though. You're a good one. I won't forget it.
I hope he is not gonna say piss off to me anymore. Because that was sure enough annoying. Mug of beer.
What's in here? Time to press ahead.
Every time I feel like I want to go down the hobo ending up on the bridge arc, then I play Disco Elysium just to realize that it's not alive for me. I mean, dude, it is absolutely no life. Have you ever talked to somebody who's homeless? Cause maybe that's what you potentially could need. Cause that is not an option that you want to choose willingly. If it happens due to circumstances, shit, you know, and I hope somebody helps you in that case, but if, you know, you let yourself go to that direction willingly, that's not a life you choose, you want to choose for yourself.
This is a hop.
I've talked to some...
What was she doing here?
It's a freaking life. If you think your life is difficult now, that's gonna be so much more difficult. And that is not, you know, comparing yourself with other people's situations and, oh my god, I should have been feeling so good because my life is so much better compared to other people and I should be thankful or whatnot. No, life is shit sometimes, okay? Sometimes you feel crappy about it, and that's you know, that's life, unfortunately. You know? Don't compare yourself, but, you know, you don't want to go down that road. You know? If you can avoid it. You play the hand you are dealt. Yeah. If that ends up happening, then you have to deal with that somehow. But, you know, if you can avoid it, avoid it. For your sake and for the sake of, I don't know, the people that you love or, you know, that love you, or mainly yourself. Because you are worth that you take care of yourself. Even if you don't believe it in the moment, you are. Who the fuck is Jam? Like a phoenix from the ashes. Grimforge has risen from the dead. Okay, never mind. We should probably go to camp to take some rest.
Yeah.
Everybody is gonna disappear though, so you might want to talk to the stonemason.
Why would I want to talk to him?
To sell him stuff?
Oh.
Jam,
Okay.
yeah, Jam with Jhaam. Jam.
Watch your back.
Yeah?
Funny bit of knowledge.
Fun
Do
fact.
you know, yesterday Elon Musk tried to
Not again.
get people to boycott Wikipedia because it, in his own words, went woke. And exactly the opposite happened, because now people are donating to Wikipedia like crazy.
Yeah, I was wondering, it was kind of weird. I went on Wikipedia and it said something, we are not for sale or something.
Yeah, that
Is that
they
what it
always
was?
said. That they always said. That's just their donation
No, but it sounded different from usual.
Yeah, they changed it around a bit, but that wasn't
it disappeared
the case,
though.
because Wikipedia didn't because Elon Musk wrote that like 2 days ago. So that has nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay. Dude, Steinmeier ist unser Bundespräsident?
Yes. Has been for about 4 years.
Oops.
or longer. I don't even know. It could be that he was, even when Merkel.
Yeah, he was with Merkel. Damn. Okay, never mind. That was just a random article that popped up from Wikipedia. Never mind.
All right.
Okay, I need Luck of the Far Realms. Okay, I got scared. There are, for a second, I'm trying to avoid jams. Traffic jams or, you know, marmalade jams?
Tread lightly.
All is ash and meat.
It's always a pleasure to see you sauntering over.
We're sauntering now.
Okay, send my ship to the trader.
Yeah, Musk offered 1 billion to buy it. Seriously?
Oh, that I didn't know.
What?
Yeah, he's throwing his money around like crazy. He also threatened to buy Hasbro, so that because D&D is too woke for him now, and he wants to have the original back.
Dude, rich people suck ass. Fucking hell.
No, I'm pretty sure that's a that buying companies up to run them into the ground. That's just a Elon Musk thing.
No, I mean the whole concept of I don't like the direction this thing is taking, so I'm just gonna buy it. That's kind of a freaking rich person bullshit.
I mean, look at Twitter. It's shit now because there's only right-wing people left.
Twitter is a shit place.
I found not the alternative. It's called Blue Sky.
Yeah, I'm on there.
And I already downloaded that because I never really used Twitter, but now it's such a shithole because I get referred stuff like Höcke and Weidel, even though I don't in the slightest have anything to do with such things.
You can't use the For You tab. If you use For You, that's just gonna be a whole bunch of bullshit.
Yes.
You have to use the following thing. The For You is I don't even look at it anymore. It's just a whole bunch of crap that pops up.
I mean, I deleted my Twitter account because shit.
Probably safer, honestly. I mean, apart from all the stupid crypto bros that either spam you because they're bots or they write bullshit to you, you know. Or the insane right-wing people who are just kind of going out of their way to make things weird and creepy.
Yeah. No, they're very much idiots.
I only have Twitter for the birds. Because there's still a lot of people who share birds on there.
The thing that shows is you don't have to be rich to be intelligent, and you don't have to be intelligent to be rich. Because
obviously,
some years ago, I would have considered Musk to be an intelligent person, but he
Dude,
is very much not intelligent.
He did a lot of intelligent things, but also not. I mean, he apparently, you know, before it popped up before he named Twitter X.
He also named his son X.
I mean, that ignore that part. No, he I think he wanted to name, if I got the facts right, he wanted to name PayPal X. But at that point, there were already shareholders that vetoed that decision, so they wouldn't rename PayPal to X.
Yeah.
And obviously there were none for Twitter, so he was able to rename Twitter to X. So somehow he has this weird obsession with X. I don't know why. Maybe he watches too much porn. Who knows?
The only good thing is that Musk has nothing to do anymore with PayPal. That would be in the moment in the circles he is in now a very, very, very bad thing.
I mean, to be fair, there's also some struggles, some problems with PayPal as well right now. There's some you can use some guest entry or whatever, and people can just use that and use your account somehow, and you can't protect yourself from that. I saw some news reports or whatever of that. But I don't know any further details. Just the word jam in general. What problem do you have with the word jam? X plus Twitter equals xitter. Made funny because sh is x how do you pronounce that? In Chinese is pronounced like no. I think the x in general there is no h in pinyin. Pinyin is the romanization of Chinese is pinyin, I think. I don't know. I think that it's just an x. X is sh. Like shishi,
Yeah, I think that was a joke.
Thank you.
Wasn't it?
No, because I mean written there's an H. Shitter. Yeah. I'm just, you know, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. If it was a joke, I'm sorry. I do take things a bit literal. But no, I mean, if X is pronounced as sh, then, you know, adding an additional H would make it sh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to sleep. I did only sleep. I only slept 4 hours tonight again. I apologize.
Don't you? Do you have still off days or?
I'm vacation, yes.
Vacation days.
I'm gonna have problems once the vacation are over.
Oh yay.
Last vacation day is on the 6th because it's a holiday. So 7 it is, and that's gonna be. I'm already dreading it, but you know I lived through. You know, sleeping 3 hours, that's also working somehow, but it's not a good time, but whatever.
I forgot that the 6th is a holiday in some German.
Yeah, I'm so
places.
glad Baden-Württemberg has so many freaking vacation days. The only confusing thing is that they have a vacation day that is not a vacation day here, Halloween. Halloween, all Hallows. What is it? All Hallows Eve is the day before, I think. No, All Saints Eve. All Saints Eve? I don't know. Allerheiligen.
Yeah, All Hallows Day.
Yeah, and
because Eve
Halloween
would
is
be
Reformationstag. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, all right, yeah. So, the 30th is my vacation day. The 31st is the vacation day here, where I live. So, yeah. It's confusing. I mean, it didn't name the 4 classes of Tesla cars S3, X, Y. Dude, what? What? Seriously?
What?
Elon Musk named the 4 classes of Tesla cars S, 3, X, Y. Sexy. Yeah. It's weird.
Yes, wait.
Too much porn, I'll tell you. Dude should get off the internet. I mean, how many past wives does he have? How many children? Doesn't he have over 10 children?
Yeah, something like that.
Gotta head to work, but have a good... Bye-bye, Bam! Take care, sorry! Take care, bye-bye! Sleep well, work well. Sorry.
He's right with the Model S, X, 3 and Y. Wow.
I think the dude, wow. I mean, he's like a walking dead joke, but a not funny
More
one.
like dead joke.
Dead. Yay. Sleepy time in game.
Also sleepy time in real or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost
Because you
midnight.
already said you were tired.
I mean, I'm always tired. That's not a problem. Hey Sly, how are you doing? Coming in again when it's about to end. How's it going? Your pants are very leafy.
Tell me about it.
Where did you find the leafy pants?
I don't know. They were on me.
Weird. Okay. Tired. Oh, fuck my life. Yeah. Burp. Happens. Okay. So I guess Grim is left again for next time.
Yes.
But I think that's fine.
Yep.
I can't... Nothing happens if I press escape.
What do you mean?
I can't go into the menu. Game menu.
Maybe because I am... No, that wouldn't make any sense.
I was able to save usually. I can't you know, do the multiplayer changes. Yeah. It's gone.
Okay, I'll just leave to the main menu. Maybe that will help.
Hopefully, yeah.
I mean, you saved, so...
Yeah. It's weird. 5 stream streak. At least I got that. I got that going for me. Yay. Not sure where it matters. It matters. Somewhere in our mind. Maybe. I don't know. No, the main menu is still gone.
Huh.
How do I end the game this way? I mean, at least I can save, but still, why... I have to crash the game to...
I mean, you could press the Windows button. And then
yeah, that's what I mean. I just have to end task.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay, didn't we just have on Christmas an article, please make our games, please crash our games or whatever, break our games? Game?
No, that
From
was
Lorraine.
because of the stress test.
Yeah, well, this is stress testing.
Yeah, but they
It's
are
not
not
stressed.
doing that yet.
Okay, never mind, but it doesn't work anyway. Guess get it test to break the thing then.
Okay, then have a
All right.
nice rest of the evening.
Yeah, you too. Sleep well. Thanks for
Bye
hanging
bye.
out.
Sleep well.
Bye bye. Talk to
Thanks
you
for
soon.
having me. See
Bye.
you.
Bye bye. Okay. Brother's gone. Party. No. Okay, let's see here. Um All right. Let's do a little raid to Gaz, who's playing a Dragon Ball game, it looks like. I don't know. Legacy of Goku. Yeah. Raiding time, yes. All right. So tomorrow, there's movie night. It looks like we're gonna watch Christmas. What is it called? Christmas Carol, Christmas. The original one, the one with the three ghosts. What is it called? Yeah, A Christmas Carol from 1938. If you want to join that, it's gonna start at 8 p.m. And we're gonna play some Warcraft 3 beforehand. So starting 6 p.m. If you want to join that, we're gonna play again with Fufu Chicken, and yeah. So if you want to join for any of those, also Discord. There we go. Yeah, tomorrow is movie night. Yes, tomorrow is movie night. You can all join. If you want to. If you're not, you know. But we're gonna play Warcraft beforehand. So, you know, if you come in, you know, we're gonna then move on over. Take good care of yourselves, stay hydrated, and stay well fed. Get some snacks if you need to, and please take care of yourself because you are important. If you can't take care of yourself for yourself, please do it for me because I want you to take care of yourself. I'd like you to, you know, I'm not demanding like that, but please do so. Yep. And sleep well. Might be sleeping well, then I don't know. It's okay. If you sleep, you sleep. At least you get some sleep. Yeah, it's important. Your health comes first. Okay? Okay? Yeah? Get your sleep schedule, okay? Yeah? And sleep well. See you soon. And I hope you have a lovely weekend and week. Bye-bye.